You should see when I get a person from Toronto on and I just start hammering them about the Maple Leafs. Oh, it's good stuff. Here we go. Here we go live on YouTube. Hey, everybody, what's happening? We got a new show coming up here momentarily. If you don't know me, my name's Dave Scott, and I am a woo-aholic. And we're going to have some fun tonight as we're going down the paranormal road. Christopher Balzano will be our guest tonight. Let's give a shout out to everybody who is in our chat room so far, starting off with the gorgeous Jules. Phenom, how you doing? Worsley, good to see you here. Jack Clark, always a pleasure. Triple M, the lovely and talented Teresa Davis from Queensland, Australia. Please let us know how tomorrow is looking. If we all survived, we need to know this. Ghost 66, good to see you here. Renee in New Zealand. I hear you got a new boyfriend now. Good for you, Renee. Good for you. Hey, little Deborah, thank you for coming on in. Bee's Nest, always a pleasure. What the heck? What the hell? Chocobo, Vintage Skills, good to see you here. And we got to make note of Vintage Skills' beard because he's got a damn good beard. Little Marky Spender. Hi, little Terra Spender. Hi, little Gnome Spender. And little Baxter. Hi, Baxter. How you doing, buddy? Baxter. That's the dog, Chris. That's the dog. I got to talk to the dog here for a second. Hi, Baxter. Anyways, there we go. Mike F. Good to have you here. Dirty Fylth, always a pleasure. Greco, how's the baklava tonight? SJ, always a pleasure to have you here. And who else do we got in the chat room? Brett Lewis is here, everyone, which means we can actually start the show. Yes, that's why he comes in early, because we're not allowed to start it without Brett Lewis here. Lord of Land, good to see you here. Thank you for coming on in. Lufon, Cookie Jarvis, always a pleasure. Betty Spaghetti, you're looking spaghetti-filled tonight. Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely stunning. Nucker, hey, we're going to wrap up that series tomorrow, Nucker. We are going to wrap up that series. I could feel it. St. Louis is going bye-bye. Tammy Finnegan, the lovely and talented Tammy Finnegan is here. All right. And Spookles the Cat, everyone. Spookles the Cat is here, our social media guru, Spookles the Cat. Hey, guys, guess what? Cable Guy Matt is here. Cable Guy Matt, which means you can get your free piece of coaxial cable autographed by Cable Guy Matt. Limit 1 per household. He's gone cheap. Went from 2 per household down to 1 per household. You cannot buy these at stores. Make sure you put your order in today for an autographed piece of coaxial cable from Cable Guy Matt. Big Cat, how you doing? Redheaded Lisa, good to see you. Thank you for coming on in. Let's see here. Who else do we got? I think I'm missing some people here. 1 second here, Chris. 1 second. Davin in Vietnam. Good to have you back, brother. Thank you for coming on in. Appreciate that. No, I think we got everybody. I think roll call is done for right now until some newbies come in. Chris Balzano is our guest. We're going to have fun with him. This guy's good people. I made the mistake in waiting like 3.5 years before we brought him back on. Dumb move, Dave. Dumb move. Yeah, I'm taking fault for that one, Chris.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Somebody does.
It's all about the love tonight.
Exactly. Annie Svensson is here. Annie Svensson, everybody. Make sure you give her a round of applause. There we go. We got about a minute and a half here. Mm-hmm. And we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun tonight.
Those are some great names in the chat room.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It'll pack up. It'll pack up. I mean, there's 40 people in there right now. Oh, Cable Guy Matt's wife is here. We're going to get her to autograph the other side of this coaxial cable so you can have autograph cable from Cable Guy Matt and Cable Guy Matt's wife. Limit 1 per household. You cannot buy these in stores. Literally, Cable Guy Matt is my cable guy. And when I say that, Chris, I actually am holding some zap-strapped coaxial cable pieces.
Wow. And he listens.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a fan. Okay. All right. Cable Guy's freaking me out.
Cable Guy Matt.
To be honest.
No, Cable Guy Matt's good people.
I'm sure Matt's amazing.
Yeah, Cable Guy Matt's good people. He really is. What do we got? Okay, so we've started that feed. Let's log in here. And we got about 40 seconds. Waiting for Bill WD-40 to come in to lube us up for tonight's show. Hey, Lyle in New Zealand. What's happening? All right, welcome to the show. By the way, I'm stealing Renee. Now that she's coupled up and comfortable in her relationship, I'm stealing her back to play the Wolf game with me. Dick Daigle, everybody. Dick Daigle is here, which means do not call him a bust after going first round of the NHL entry draft back in 1993. Do not call him a bust. All right, we're going to have some fun tonight. No super chat, but do hit that subscribe button if you do not mind, if you haven't already. Music is on. Do a little shopping at the SOR Vault on our website. Join the Space Travelers Club for $5 a month. We're going to have some fun tonight. Here we go, everyone. Hi, Cat Chaser. Good to have you here. All right, here we go, everyone. Let's do this thing. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show in our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Now, if you want to listen to our archives, we have them free for you at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. On Instagram, follow us at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. It's only taken 3.5 years, but one of my favorite guests that we've ever had talking the paranormal is back. Christopher Balzano is a teacher, folklorist, author, researcher of all things paranormal coming out of the Boston area. Yes, he still rubs it in that his Bruins beat my Canucks in 2011 for the Stanley Cup. I do not like him for that. No, I do not. But that's probably why it's taken 3.5 years to get him back on the show. Chris has been investigating the unknown for well over 15 years, and he is a regular on several paranormal radio shows, has his own podcast. He's appeared on documentaries, television specials, and if you go on Amazon, he's got a plethora of books that he has authored all about the paranormal all around the East Coast of the United States. We're lucky to have him here. Christopher Balzano, it's been way too long, my friend. Good to have you back.
It's been way too long since the Bruins won the championship, as far as I can tell. So, maybe me being on will spark something. So,
well, we'll see. I mean, it could end up in a brawl tonight. I mean, let's just be honest. There is heated passion between Boston and Vancouver. So, I mean, if all of a sudden, I'm just letting the audience know right now, if all of a sudden you start hearing punches being thrown, all right, through the phone lines, that's Chris and I going at it because some of us are still angry about losing the cup in Game 7. But that's okay. I think we might be able to get through it. We're 9 years past that. I think we were going to be able to do this. Anyways, my friend, you have been a busy guy in the paranormal. You're writing a bunch of books. You are, one of the top people in your field coming out of the East Coast. And we're going to get heavily into all of that tonight. Let's talk about you a little bit. What started your passion for the paranormal?
Well, like a lot of people that are my age, I'm 45. A lot of people my age. I grew up watching Unsolved Mysteries and In Search Of and all of these paranormal shows and all of these kind of, weird horror movies. I'm from the generation where it was like, yeah, sure, come watch The Exorcist, and movies like Poltergeist were on HBO for the first time, and there were no limits. And I always had just a curiosity and just kind of a passion for the stories in the paranormal, and anything that was supernatural, I just ate it up. And when I went to college in Boston, Emerson College, my dorm was probably the most haunted building in Boston. And of course, Emerson is a college of artists and writers and filmmakers and very creative people. And people would tell me their experiences, right? I was so obsessed with it that I would just ask everyone that had something or something weird would go on. And I started to notice that people were having personal moments in the paranormal, right? And some of them weren't, some of them weren't. But when I asked them what it was, they would kind of fall back on some kind of backstory I had already heard in another location, you know? Oh, you know about the suicide that happened in room 308, and it was an old woman, and she used to smoke, and she was, you know, because she's been here so long, you know, they never kicked her out, and she died, and they didn't find her body for 3 weeks, and now that room is. I was like, wait a minute, I heard that story. I read about that story, and it took place in Minnesota. You know, like, and so I started to realize that the paranormal kind of has two elements to it. It has true experiences, and then it has the folklore that we create around it, and that became kind of my obsession. And a few years later, I started Massachusetts Paranormal Crossroads, the intersection of those two places, right? The intersection of what really happens and the stories we make up to try to understand it. And being one of the first websites up there on the internet that focused just on Massachusetts, it became very popular, right? Because people were having experiences and they would search it and it would be like, oh, wow, they would come across stories on my website like the redheaded hitchhiker of Route 44 and all the Bridgewater Triangle stuff that we'll talk about, or you know, these mental health facilities, we'll just call them insane asylums around Massachusetts that I was doing research. And the more people were telling me their stories, the more it became on me to go out and follow up. And through that, I became an investigator. And so then it was all about, okay, how do I investigate? Once again, early days of investigating, at least in terms of like the modern era. You know, this is pre-ghost hunters, going out there and just doing what I now realize was much more of legend tripping. And then that kind of became my thing. And then, you know, after a while, I moved down here to Florida. I'm living in Florida now, so still on the East Coast, and not rooting for any Florida teams. Don't worry about it. I put it all away, and it was just I had no place in the paranormal anymore, and it was I was tired of the pseudoscience. I was tired of the evidence over experience, and I just kind of put it all away. And then I got back into it. Oddly enough, I got back into it because of the stories, right? And so things like, I actually tell you the case, it was Slender Man. And I was teaching middle school, and I became obsessed with why middle schoolers were becoming obsessed with Slender Man. And through that, I found my journey back to the paranormal, and now legend tripping is what I do. And so, you know, wanting to go out and have experiences without stressing out about capturing evidence, just trying to live the story that people were telling as opposed to capture it. And that led to the podcast. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, wow, I've got all of these stories and I have now all of these experiences. I got to get back into writing. And so that's when I started working on the book that's being released right now.
Well, you know what? There's so much out there in regards to it. And you being a school teacher, you having this very public life along with your own paranormal world that you are in. I want to ask you, how do you blend the two? Because with education is kind of like, you know, in a loose term, it's kind of like science where you're teaching, you know, young minds, you know, about subjects at hand. And, you know, yet the paranormal is so far off that educational background. How do you blend the two?
It was tougher when I was teaching middle school, although not that tough. It's easier in high school because they eat it up. So the students in the classroom absolutely love it. And I always approach it from, I'm not saying this is happening or this is not happening. Let me tell you the story that people are saying. And parents are happy because their kids are actually doing research. The kids are happy because they're interested in what they're doing, and it's an excellent inroad for them. I'll give you an example. You know, being a teacher, I had to quarantine, right? And so I was doing distance learning in the spring, and I would have everyday Zoom meetings, right? And so I would have Zoom meetings for my class, and you know, all during the day, and 3 or 4 kids would come. Right. And I would teach and I would go over what the assignments were. By the way, my entire curriculum was folklore and urban legends. At night, because I wanted to keep my spark going. I would do these things called fireside chats, where I would light, candles. And it's funny because my own kids were going to them, even if they were just in the other room. I would light candles and I would do a presentation, a half-hour presentation on one ghostly legend. Most of them from Florida, but I hit upon other ones in California and obviously Massachusetts and in the Midwest. And 60, 70 kids would come in. And they would sit there at 9 o'clock at night and watch me tell these stories and then have a discussion. And then everyone would just kind of talk about it afterwards. It's tough when you deal with it on a religious level, right? When you start kind of asking those religious questions, but the story itself, the kids love, and I've pretty much found all parents accept it.
Well, you're actually lucky with that, because there's a lot of parents out there who, may have different beliefs for whatever reason and may not want you teaching your kids that.
The first time I moved to Florida, when I first moved to Florida, I should say, I was in a very small school, and it was a Episcopalian school. So it was a religious school, although most of the people there weren't actually Episcopalian. And I did one of my lessons, and I kind of let the kids know what I do. And I was in the break room one day, and the head of the PTO comes in, and she says, "So, I hear you're teaching the kids Satanism." And I was like, okay, wait a minute, stop, take a step back. And then, we had a discussion. She was like, "I don't think that you should be doing that at all in the classroom." And she kind of stormed out. Maybe like a week later, I'm also in the break room. She comes in, and she's got this little folder, and she's like, I want you to look at these pictures because I think there's something in them. And I'm like, there you go. There it is right there, right? Like, you don't want me to teach it to the kid, but you know what? I have a story I have to share with you, or I need to understand something. So, it's tough, but I think that if you keep it away, and whenever I have an assignment that involves that of any kind, I always have an alternate assignment, because what happens is if a kid doesn't like me, if they're pissed off at me, then they'll complain about their parents. You know what he's talking about in class? But otherwise, they absolutely love it.
Do you find that the younger generation is very much more open to this subject and very open-minded to the point where there is a systemic belief that there is ghosts out there, or potentially aliens or UFOs?
I think yes. The quick answer is yes, and part of that is the social media that they consume, right? And so what they receive via YouTube, via TikTok, these are things that can be made quick. They're things that can be made to look realistic, and they eat it up and they think it's real, right? Even if it's just, and my son's notorious for this. He follows some people on YouTube, and I'm like, guy, like there's nothing going on there. But he believes it. And so I think that through all the media that they get, whether it's TV, like real stuff, or whether it's this stuff that's being produced, which was part of the reason why Slender Man became so popular, is that it's so convincing, these kind of fan films that were made about it. They love it, and they believe it's real. And so the number of people that come up to me and say, hey, so those Paranormal Activity movies, those are real things, right? Those are documentaries. That line between what's a movie and what's not a movie is totally blurred for them. And that probably has the biggest impact on the paranormal.
Chris,
or the way they view the paranormal.
Yeah. Chris, one of the issues that I have with the paranormal, and I wrote a blog last week in regards to my dissatisfaction for everything in the paranormal world. Now, that's not saying that there aren't people doing it correctly, okay, or what I would perceive, in my opinion, as being done correctly. But so many people out there who are investigating, I think are investigating for the wrong ways. Like, just admit, if you're out there going to have fun, it's okay to go have fun. If you're out there going to try and solve a mystery or what have you, I think there is a lot of different attitudes and emotions and ways that people are doing that are potentially harmful to a lot of the paranormal investigators who are actually trying their damnedest to find answers to these unknown equations. when you look at the entire paranormal field, and you're someone who is very involved, how do you keep a balance between keeping your head on straight, because this is a very frustrating community comparatively to the way you want to do things and the stories that you want to write about?
I think it's about finding your niche, and realizing that everything that happens in the paranormal impacts the paranormal, right? Like if people go out there, my kids are huge fans of BuzzFeed Unsolved, right?
Yes.
And so that's how they perceive how the paranormal should be. If I don't intervene, that's how they perceive how the paranormal should be done. You go out there and you joke and you laugh and you make fun of it and you tell demons to come attack you. And I'm like, okay, but that's not really what all paranormal media has an impact on the field, because it molds what we think of it, right? But you just got to find your niche. You know what I'm saying? You just have to realize that you can't impact those people. Like I said, I left because of that. I left because I didn't see my place, right? I was so bored with people just collecting information but never asking the question why. And I was bored with watching television shows and media and people sending me things that were infrared, these green things on a screen. So what's that? It wasn't me. And so I had to take a step back and realize, well, why don't I impact the field? Why don't I be the stone that moves the river? And so the secret to kind of keeping your balance is, what do you like? What do you want to present? And then the people, even if it's only 5 people who listen to my show every week, those 5 people are being entertained by what I do and learning something and thinking. And I can't worry about everything else. I can't worry about that. But of course, me as a folklorist, because that's my primary function, as a folklorist, it's interesting for me to sit back and realize just how much those bad shows and the bad media and the people who are doing it in a way that's maybe sketchy, they are changing the paranormal narrative over the last 15, 20 years.
Why is the paranormal field, in your opinion, so sketchy? Because this is a mystery on its own that many people are trying to solve.
I'm with you. Okay, so imagine that you are trying to prove something which is unprovable, right? And you know that you believe it, usually because of a personal experience. You believe it with all of your heart, and you're desperately wanting other people to do it. You're going to get intense. You're going to be shouting louder and louder at people who don't want to hear what you have to say, right? So you have that element, and then you have the element of the adrenaline and the adrenaline junkie part of it, and the being out in the field and having something that scares you. You know what I'm saying? It's something that makes your heart race, and that's a very addictive quality to it. And if that's what you're in it for, once again, like you were saying, right? Like if that's what you're in it for, okay, that's fine. To be honest with that. But what happens is when your experiences with the paranormal depends on something big happening, and we all know usually in the paranormal something big doesn't happen, then you have to keep going above and beyond to try to get that high, right? You have to keep going outside of what might be considered good field tactics to get a response. A lot of people go to the Lizzie Borden house, right? And they'll get evidence and they'll have experiences there, and it's amazing. But if they don't, one of the first things they always turn to is to start calling Andrew Borden a child molester. Right. And it's like, wow, would you do that to someone in real life? Like, would you just start accusing them of something with no evidence? But they do it because they know it provokes a response from the house. And they're like, okay, well, I could really care less. It's not a real person anyway, right? It's just a ghost. And so they fall on those things that'll give them the biggest boom.
But that shows a lack of respect right across the board in the field of paranormal. And it's very easy to pick on the problems in any field out there, but I guess part of the frustration that I have is I'm not interested And I wrote this in my blog. I'm not interested in Waverly Hills. I'm not interested in Gettysburg or all of the tourist attraction places. Why do we lack such imagination in trying to find some of these stories? What I want to hear is that ghost town in northern Massachusetts, in a small rural town that hasn't been investigated before, or up here in Canada, we have a ton of old towns that have so many secrets. They've never been investigated. Nobody seems to be exploring for those hidden gems to maybe try and find something interesting in the paranormal field. No, we all want that spookiness of Waverly Hills because we want the bragging rights to say we could afford to go there.
Right. Right, and that is part of it, right? Like I actually did an article a while ago called "Does the Paranormal Need Its Landmarks?" And I think it does, and I think it creates interest. But when I started tripping on legends, one of the foundations was I don't want to go where everyone else is going. If I have read it in 3 books, I have no interest in it. I don't want to go to restaurants. I don't want to go to bars. I don't want to go where it's become, a part of the intake or the income of the people who are experiencing it. I want those little ones. I want the ones that are from a town like Astor, Florida, that no one's even heard of that town, because they're amazing legends. And you know what? Like, they tell more about the people than they do about the ghosts, because they're the ones spreading the stories, right? And so I think that, those are where you find the gems, and those are where you find the stories that are really connecting to people. And what happens is, if I talk about Waverly Hills, right, and I'm trying to talk to someone about that, they have no frame of reference, right? They might know Waverly Hills. They might know an insane asylum. But if I'm talking about, there's this stretch of road in Lady Lake, Florida, and this white ghost walks it. Now, all of a sudden, that's their hometown, right? And so it brings that paranormal to them, and they can actually enjoy it. And oftentimes when I tell these stories, people say the same thing I said about Charles Gate Hotel 25 years ago now, which is, wait a minute, I've heard that story before. That's in the town right next to me. I'm like, amazing. That's kind of the approach that I've taken to the paranormal and ghostly folklore for the last 4 years.
Okay, that doesn't seem so hard to do. So how come the rest of the paranormal field can't figure out how to do it?
Because it ain't sexy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I did this legend, and we could talk about the actual legend itself because it's kind of cool later. And a group came and they asked me like, oh, can we bring you on camera? We're doing like an episode of our new show, on YouTube. Can we bring you in? You could talk about the legend a little bit. And yeah, of course, I'm always up for talking about legends. And then they went out into the field, and they pretty much did the same thing I did when I went out in the field, except for everything was amped up and a little bit like dramatic. And, they stayed there the whole time. And there was a lot of that, like, what's that? There's something over there. What are we going to do? Let's run to that. The big things, the exciting things, especially in places like Waverly Hills, they're visual, right? And we really moved from, which I hope is not, because I've got new books coming out. We've moved from like the written word and like absorbing the story and absorbing what happened to getting it visually. And those places, because they're known, because they're these big, intimidating, very stimulating to the eye, people are going to gravitate towards them because it's a lot more interesting and it's a lot more pop and bam, like I said before. And so, when you duplicate what you're seeing other people do, it's then you who wants to go to those locations. And it's you who wants to go to, these landmarks. And, unless you really like the work, going to some place like that like I was saying, like that stretch of road in Lady Lake, you're going to go out there all night and chances are nothing is going to happen. But you need to be there to understand why the legend happens there. Right.
Chris, I'm going to get you to hold on here because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Christopher Balzano, author, researcher, folklorist. We're talking all things paranormal on the East Coast, and his brand new book coming up next month, Haunted Florida Love Stories. Yes, love stories of the paranormal. We're going to get the Barry White out a little bit later on as well. Space Out Radio continues right after this. It almost scares me knowing how Florida man and Florida woman can act. It almost scares me about haunted Florida love stories, man. Almost scares.
Well, then I've got you halfway there, right?
Yeah.
By the way, as you can tell, I still ramble on, so feel free to cut me off in the middle of saying anything.
You're doing well.
Question or you're doing correction well. Or okay.
Yeah, you're doing just fine. Just fine. It's all good. All good.
Usually that's a case of, I'm like, all right, this host isn't going where I'm going, so I'm just going to take over the show. Like doing hosting myself. I'm like, I'm just going to do the show myself. But obviously not with you because you're amazing.
Well, you're way too kind. You're a liar, but way too kind. Way too kind.
That's hilarious. And that is why I got thrown off coast to coast one night.
You got thrown off coast?
Yeah, I got thrown off coast because I was rambling. People said, like, you interrupted him like 3 times. And I'm like, well, all right. I didn't hear him, so I just kept talking. And so I did the first half hour, and I came back for the second. I was supposed to be on for 2 hours. Bottom of the hour, he's like, we'll be back with Christopher Balzano. And when they came back, they played The Telltale Heart, someone reading The Telltale Heart. And I'm still on the phone going like, are they going back to me? And I'm like, no, I just got ghosted.
No way. So, how long ago was this?
Yeah. Oh, shit. This must have been like a decade ago.
No way. Was that George or was really?
It was George. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was right around the time I started to hang things up anyway. So I was like, all right, all good. Well, I did. I left for a long time.
That's not very Christian.
Leaving or leaving me on the phone?
Leaving you on the phone like that.
I know. They could have at least said, like, we're having issues, or even like, oh, we've decided to go another direction. But I literally was there. And it was obviously, he broadcast late for where I am. So it was like 4:00 in the morning. And I'm like, should I go back to bed? Like, am I still on or what?
Yeah, no kidding.
So all good.
Wow.
All good.
Wow. I feel sorry for you. Like, maybe we should do that here now. Okay. So thanks for tipping me off. And
tipping me off.
Yeah. Okay. We got a couple questions that our audience wants to know on YouTube, and we ask every guest this. First question.
Okay.
What's your opinion of eating breakfast meals for dinner?
Highly endorse it.
Oh, you sick bastard.
Highly endorse it.
This interview's over. Hey, Nori, why did you get Balzano off the air? It's because he ate breakfast for dinner, right? Yeah, there we go. Go.
No, I'm with you.
Dirty man. All right, second question. Because that one's kind of disappointing. Devil's Tower in Wyoming.
That's okay.
From Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Are you on Team Stump? Or are you on Team Rock?
I'm going to go Stump.
Yes. Good man.
Good. All right. Sorry.
Good man. Good man.
Is this still us on YouTube so that people on YouTube can hear me?
Yes.
Is that what's going on here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Good.
Yeah.
I thought you were just trying to date me or something. But okay.
No,
all right.
No. Hey, you're a Bruins fan. I could never do that.
We're talking haunted love. I mean, who's
well,
say,
true. I mean, cable guy Matt says, Dave, you're the only one who doesn't like breakfast for dinner. Ronald Murphy, the crypto guru, does not eat breakfast for dinner. All right.
Come on. I could eat bagel sandwiches for any meal, first of all. Right? I mean, bagel sandwiches are amazing. Eggs. I mean, come on. And like making, my kids love California bagels, where you bagel with a little bit of ham, avocado, tomato, some seasoning. It's amazing. And it's cheap.
No.
So it got me through a lot of the hard times.
Not me, man. Not me. It's like my audience.
Now, here's the thing.
My audience flips out when they find out that I don't even eat craft dinner, man. I don't like craft dinner. Just grosses me right out. Craft dinner grosses me.
You talking about like mac and cheese?
Yeah, mac and cheese. You call it down there, mac and cheese.
Dude, I don't.
Yeah.
My kids love mac and cheese. My son does, and they like taco mac and cheese, which is this thing I make, and I'm like, I make myself something else that night.
Yeah, good. You know, mac and cheese is good for one thing and one thing only: the garbage can. That's it. It's disgusting.
Although fried mac and cheese, I will do on occasion.
Not me, man. Can't do it.
Takes a new life. Open it up.
Yeah, I'm not that rebellious. Hey, Roy boy, how you doing? All right, guys, we're going to come back here for the second half hour here. All right, music's on. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, hanging out with all of you. Guess what? There is no place I'd rather be because this is just way too much fun. Want to remind all of you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Tonight we have author, lecturer, researcher, folklorist, Christopher Balzano. He has a new book coming out next month, all about ghosts of Florida. No, it's not real Florida man stories. It's haunted Florida love stories. We're going to get into that in just a little bit here. Chris, welcome back.
It's good to be back.
Absolutely, my friend, and thank you for coming back. Before we get too deep into the stories, and we got a lot of stories for you to share tonight, what should we be trying to solve in the paranormal? What's the mystery or mysteries that are pushing you and maybe your group of friends to try and solve?
It's a split question. My paranormal friends are always looking for the next best thing to collect information, right? The next best thing to produce evidence, which I can understand. But I think a lot of people are now doing, especially after the success of Hellier, are doing a lot of EVP type experiments, where the sensory deprivation and things like that. And I think that's a very interesting direction for the paranormal to go in. I don't think we're ever going to solve these questions. I don't think there's a solution to the paranormal. I think we have to understand that it exists, and what are we getting, right? Like, if we stop trying to capture stuff and we start trying to connect dots in terms of what it might mean for us and what it's saying to us, then I think we would have a lot happier balance with it. And I think that we would have more paranormal experiences. Since I started legend tripping, and literally I've written 2 how-to books on how to be a paranormal investigator, right? Since I've pushed that aside and I've started doing legend tripping where I look for the experiences, I've had more paranormal experiences and more profound moments with the supernatural and the paranormal than I did when I was investigating. So I think the mystery that we need to unlock is, why are we so obsessed with trying to capture it and more importantly, trying to convince people, rather than taking a step back and being in awe, right? Like, I really think that's something missing from a lot of the paranormal world right now, that sense of being amazed by things that happen. And I always use the example of a conference I was at, and people were, there was some EVPs, and people were listening to the EVPs, and they were getting into these arguments about what the EVP was saying, right? It was like, oh no, he's saying, I like the shirt. No, he's saying, I like the shift. Like, and I was like, can you guys stop for a second and say, oh my word, that voice is not supposed to be there. They were so obsessed with trying to solve it as opposed to embracing the fact that they had gotten something. And it's tempting, right? It's seductive to be in a location where you get some kind of evidence or something happens, and it's almost as if verifying that it makes sense or that it connects to something that's supposed to be in the location validates that you've had a paranormal experience rather than just having the experience. Both are valuable and both should be embraced.
Okay. The issue that a lot of people have, though, is that there is no finish line. And when you're investigating something, there should be a finish line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So when I was writing, a decade ago now, when I was writing, Picture Yourself Ghost Hunting was the name of the book, not my suggestion for the title, trust me. I sent out 40, 50 questionnaires to investigators that I knew from across the country, from across, in Canada as well, some of the people that I knew over in England. And I asked them, I think it was 12 questions about the paranormal, and 3 of the responses were interesting. The first one was, what do you think a ghost is? And, 9 times, I shouldn't say that, more than half of them, when they were defining what a ghost was, also felt the need to put something in there like because they have unfinished business, or their spirit is not at rest, or something happened that they had to make up a story as to why the ghost was there. The other response was, why do you do this? And almost all of them, in their response, after they said, I want to help people, it's that they want other people to believe that ghosts are real, right? Then the last question that I asked was, what will make a non-believer believe? And every single one of them said a personal experience. So it's amazing that people spend all this time investigating when, by definition of what they've said to me, nothing that they produce evidence-wise. And this has only gotten worse with technology and our even better ability to present fake evidence, or to assume that everything is faked because you can fake evidence. Every single one of them were motivated or believed that only a personal experience will really, truly make someone believe. And yet they were spending all their time trying to prove it to people. And so I think when you think of investigating, the end point being trying to figure out what ghosts are, you're always going to be disappointed, right? Instead, trying to figure out what is happening here, that might be a better way to go. And then all of a sudden, you do have an end point. You might not reach it, but you have at least a goal, because you're not going to prove something to someone who doesn't believe in ghosts.
True. My thing is, if you're ghost hunting, there's 2 reasons to do it. And this is just my opinion. I could be totally wrong here. Okay. But opinion number 1, the ultimate question in life is there life after death? Aliens being number 2. All right. But number 1, is there life after death? I'd like to see if that would be solved, because you know what? The idea of dying kind of freaks me out. It really does. I probably won't know when it happens, but there is a chance I might, So number 2 would be to try and figure out, a lot of these sub-questions along with that. Okay, is there a heaven? Is there other timelines? What is the mystery going on? Why are you here? Are there different dimensions going on at the same time? And one dimension may be the year 1846. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's all of these secondary questions. I don't care about, when we hear about, I shouldn't say I don't care, because I do, but there's also all these people who claim to have solved mysteries, murders through ghosts. There's a lot of answers that we should be going for, rather than, can you knock 3 times on the wall to let us know you are here.
Yeah, but, I think those come down to a question of faith. You know what I'm saying? Like, what happens after we die? Well, have you had paranormal experiences yourself? Have you ever experienced a ghost?
Me personally, yes, number of times.
No, I'm asking you, have you? Yeah. Okay, so did that solve it for you? Did that solve what's going to happen specifically to you if you die, when you die? No, it hasn't. So even if that's your focus, well, why are some things ghosts and some things not ghosts? Well, why does this ghost more of a psychic recording and is just repeating itself, whereas this ghost seems to be able to interact. And we're not even getting into things like elementals or potential things that we call demons and all of that stuff. And it's like, well, you're not going to be able to find those answers by searching that. I think it's a noble pursuit, but ultimately I think it's a question of faith. And so when you approach a question of faith with what you think of as science, how is that ever going to solve it? That's like saying, I will not believe in God until I can prove it scientifically. If that's your motivation, go ahead. Guess what? It's never going to happen. But if you say, I, as a person of faith, believe in God, well, there you go. Then it's unshakable. And maybe your ideas of what that is change. But, you can't prove these things scientifically because we don't know that the equipment does what we think it does. And we don't know if we've even ever created equipment that can get everything that would give us the answer to that question.
True enough. But that's why I come to the senses. I mean, we have some brilliant people in the ghost hunting field. Whether they're big name stars or whether they're just amateur weekend warriors. Okay, we have some very smart people in this field. And then I look at some of these same people, they're trying to hoard locations, they're trying to hoard evidence, they're trying to, badmouth people in their own field because maybe they don't dress properly or investigate differently or, heaven forbid, believe in psychics, right? I mean, there's all sorts of quirks that we see what is going on here, and it's not beneficial to the community. Everybody's working against one another, and I would just love to see a day, man, where we could all just work together and try and solve this. Take those really smart brains that are out there and bring that evidence together to figure out what is truly going on.
And then when you take a step back, saying all of these areas. And so many of the experiences that people have touch into cryptids, touch into UFOs, and those groups don't like each other, right? I think it fluctuates. Sometimes they seem to be getting along, and other times it seems to be a death match. And it's like, well, wow, like how can we create a unified theory of the unexplained when not only can we not come to a consensus amongst each other, which I don't think is good, actually. Like, I think you need tension because you need questioning, but not like little childish things, right? But then the groups don't get along, right? The people who believe in certain things, outside of just ghosts don't get along and don't want to share experiences and are very protective of their viewpoint. The idea of Bigfoot as a transdimensional being, or being a type of alien, or these are ideas that are like shouldn't be thrown away because so many locations have all different kinds. Like the Bridgewater Triangle has all kinds of things going on. The Ocala Forest, which is where my research is right now here in Florida, there are too many things happening that if you close yourself off not only to what people in your group are saying, but also to what groups that explore other things are saying, you're only shooting yourself in the foot.
True. Let's move on to your books here. You've got a brand new book coming out officially on Amazon next month called Haunted Florida Love Stories. All right, take us down this road because I mean we like to have some fun at the expense of Florida man and Florida woman around here, and thank God they do a great job entertaining us. But what's going on in the ghostly side there?
Me. It's it's fun to look at all the Florida man stuff and if you just follow that hashtag, you would think that Florida is the most ridiculous place in the world, and Florida is the most ridiculous place in the world. Everything seems to happen here, but that also means it's a really good sounding board for folklore and for ghostly legends that are happening all across the country as well, right? Like if it happens in Florida, chances are it's happening somewhere else. When I first started tripping on legends and we first started doing the show, we would ask libraries, right? We would ask historical societies. We would, delve deep, somewhat into books, somewhat online. What are the people saying? And then we would go out and we would legend trip it, right? And so as legend trippers, we would find a location that had a backstory and usually a trigger, right? Like, so for example, if the story went, that there was a fisherman who would pick up young ladies on this stretch of beach. We would go to that location, and my co-host would literally fish, trying to get the ghost to fish with her, right? As we were doing that, and it was completely unintentional, probably about a year and a half in, we started saying jokingly to each other on the show, #haunted love, #haunted love, because so many of the ghost stories and the ghostly legends, so not a real experience, but like the legend that develops around it, involves love in the backstory. And it makes complete sense, right? Love is not only our most powerful emotion, and hate obviously is the other half of love, right? So love and hate are kind of together. Love is such a powerful emotion that if these haunted locations are indeed haunted by a ghost, it would make sense that love would be something that would preserve that energy there, right? Like if you really, really desire something, it's your focus, and it's almost an obsession, then it makes sense that after death you might still be obsessed with it. But then there was also this element of we experience the paranormal and we don't get it, right? Like the majority of people, if they have something that happens to them, if they have an experience, they don't get it. And so what they do is they try to process it in a logical way. And so if all of a sudden they hear a story of like, no. What happened there is there were two people and they were desperately in love and they couldn't be together, so they commit suicide. That story is already in their head because they've heard it 100 times. And so it makes sense to them. And so the legend of that being why that ghostly thing is happening gains traction, and then they spread it. And then all of a sudden the legend becomes the actual story that's there. And I'm not even touching upon if you can tell that story so many times that you actually create those ghosts. That's a whole nother level to it. So those two things drive ghost stories, right? And just think about the classic ghost stories, not haunted locations like we were talking about Waverly Hills, but think about ghost stories that you've heard about your town or about the town that's next to you. And eventually, you're going to get to a core of love. And so we just took a step back and realized that the majority of stories that we were following up on had to do with love, right? You could twist it as like, and when I say love, and the book covers these, it's not just romantic love, right? So it's really split into romantic love, which is a lot of ghost stories deal with that. But then also like a love for a mother to her children, right? Or a love between a grandfather and the grandson, or something like that. And then of course the third one was a passion for what you do, often work, right? Like a job that you do. The number of people who go back to work after they're dead, you're talking about what happens after you die. I hope it's not I go back to my job.
Oh, me
but
too.
The number of ghost stories are, the number of ghost stories that are, and so now Joe continues to take out the trash every Wednesday, and that's why you see those strange lights outside near that creepy house down the street. That like repetition of like loving what you do and going back and doing it even after you're dead. So those three things were just naturally permeating all of the ghostly legends that we were tracking down. And it's funny because the last year and a half, it's been hashtag race relations, which is really weird. And this idea of like two conflicting races, whether it's black and white or white and Native American, causing the legend. And I think it's not intentional. We didn't go out looking for haunted love stories and then like, okay, well now let's write a book. We literally just kind of compiled all of these stories. And when I took a step back and was like, all right, I want to write a Florida book now. It's been a while since I've written a book. I'm back in it. What would the theme be? And it's funny because I went to Arcadia History Press with the idea, and they're really a regional, right? They want a region. Like, give me haunted Orlando, give me haunted Miami, give me haunted Tampa. And so when I went with this idea of haunted love, they were like, that's amazing. You know why? Because it touches us. We can all kind of understand. We all know that ghost story that involves two people who can't be together, or a man who kills the woman he loves who never loved him back. We understand those stories, and they're like, you know what? I think that can really connect with people.
And that's one thing that everybody tries to do, is trying to get that heartfelt string tugging from our hearts. You know what I'm saying in regards to it? So as we got about just over 4 minutes here before we have to go to break at the top of the hour, give us an example of what people will see in this book.
Sure. It really runs the gamut. There are a lot of, and as a folklorist, I don't just give you the story, right? I oftentimes will give you like, all right, now here's what really happened, or that's impossible because of this, this, and this, but here's what it means. And so, we can get into some of the actual stories in the next hour, but there are a lot of really sad, tragic stories that probably never ever happened, which are really just reflective of our love of really tragic stories and believing them. So I have a lot of bridge stories. People love to throw themselves off bridges, and I think that that's not only just in Florida. I think that's every place. A lot of stories that involve locations where people are still gathering, and then there's a lot of energy transferred. So a lot of national parks or playgrounds, things like, Safety Harbor, for example, is a really good one in that people go there, and we were literally legend tripping it with 60 people all around us, and we were still experiencing the paranormal. And a lot of this has to do with that idea of, there's something weird in the air, and that's why people go there in the first place. But then also, presenting those ideas of, do people go here because they kind of feel drawn to the paranormal? Like, not even realizing that they're experiencing a ghost story. What is the relationship? So without getting into specifics of stories, which we could totally do, it has a lot to do with how these stories impact people, and then maybe how the people impact the stories. And those two things are constantly feeding off of each other.
Suicide is always a big thing when it comes to love. As you mentioned, people jumping off of bridges, and Lord knows I would never jump off a bridge in Florida. There's too many damn sharks in the water. Way too many sharks, But
I'm with you.
But go ahead, please.
And the majority of bridges that they jump off of can't kill you. And yet the legend is still there. But continue.
All right, yeah, until they jump up and feed on you like Jaws or something along those lines. But with that, okay, and the fact that people are willing to end it all for a loved one, is that when they enter the spiritual realm on the other side, is that passion for love still there for that person, or do they just release it all to the spiritual world?
Wow. I think it's probably, I don't think if you commit suicide for a loved one, you're automatically going to find them in the afterlife. I think whatever's left here oftentimes are trapped here together, but I don't think you find it afterwards. There's a really good story we can get into after the break about Stetson University that involves both a suicide and a couple. And I truly believe that the couple are together on multiple planes. They're here on Earth. Their spirits are still here in the place that they loved here. And off somewhere, I like to think that they are together, doing stupid things that couples do. And that same location has a suicide legend, but I do not believe that the suicide legend, those people who have found each other in the afterlife. I think whatever's there is there.
Wonderful. I'm going to get you to hold on right there as we are about to go to break here at the top of the hour. We have a great friend of this show, Christopher Balzano, who is here. He's an author. He's a folklorist, researcher, paranormal investigator. You can find all of his books on Amazon.com or in Canada at Amazon.ca. His newest book coming out, Haunted Florida Love Stories. We're going to get into some of those stories when we come back. We'll get into some other books because one of the topics that he also delves into earlier on was the Bridgewater Triangle. And I love that story. That'll be later on in the show, though. Later on in the show. We'll force him to talk some haunted Florida love stories here coming up on Spaced Out Radio. All right, brother. I'm just going to run my dogs outside. I'll be right back, okay?
All right, be careful.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully there's no wild animals there.
All right, it's Canada, so I'm just automatically assuming it's snowing there. So.
You never know.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky. It's the news outside the news that piques interest, and that's what we're looking to deliver to you. The SOR Newswire, only at spacedoutradio.com.
Hey, space travelers, this is John Resig, founder of the Chive and Chive Charities. If you know anything about our website, you know we like to do things a little differently. We're not some faceless organization collecting money for a nebulous cause. Our donor dollars go directly toward life-improving items. Then we give those items directly to an underdog who needs it most. To become a donor with Spaced Out Radio's official charity, Chive Charities, just go to chivecharities.org/donate.
For the price of 1 cup of coffee a month, you can become an SOR Space Traveler. The Space Travelers Club is a place where you can interact with other listeners, either live during the show or on our great forum. We want your stories, pictures, comments, and ideas. You'll get live video streams, exclusive content, and be a part of our newsletter. Stay in touch with everything SOR. The Space Travelers Club is just $5 a month at spacedoutradio.com.
The party is always on at the Moose Vancouver. The Moose Vancouver is where you want to be when visiting Canada's West Coast. Open until 2 a.m. nightly, the Moose cranks up the rock while serving some of the best rated food in the city. The menu starts at $6.95. Why party anywhere else in Vancouver when the Moose is right there? Get your horns up and rock with the Moose, the official party bar of Spaced Out Radio.
The SOR Vault is open for business, and do we have some cool swag for you to pick up? All you have to do is head over to our website and click on the SOR Vault. You have a variety of cool logos to choose from, and put them on anything you want. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, coffee mugs, you name it, we can get it to you. So do your shopping by supporting the story you love. Get your Spaced Out Radio swag at the SOR Vault today.
Hello, Space Travelers. It's me again, Carl. Don't forget to join the Space Travelers Club for just $5 a month and follow Spaced Out Radio on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Our Instagram, Dave Scott SOR. Our Facebook page is Spaced Out Radio Show. Our archives are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Come woo it up with Spaced Out Radio today. Bye.
Hi there, this is the paranormal lawyer Michael W. Hall. I'd like to invite you to listen in each Sunday night where we're going to open up your eyes to everything strange and paranormal. I will be hosting some great guests with topics that affect us all, such as UFOs, ghosts, and everything paranormal. Let's learn together on Spaced Out Radio Sunday with myself, Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer at spacedoutradio.com.
I'm feeling a little spicy tonight. What to do? What to do?
Why not get Bumblefuck?
4 million Scoville units of pure hard rock. Bumblefoot hot sauces come in 3 flavors. The burning Bumble. Tone it down a bit with Bumblicious and throw the sauce on everything.
Spice it up. Bumble me, baby. Bumblefoot hot sauce. Get it today at kajans.com.
Get your horns up with me on Spaced Out Radio. This is Ron Bumblefoot Thal. Come tune into SOR where you can hear me rock out with Little Brother Is Watching, the official theme song of Spaced Out Radio.
Chris, you there? Oh, you must still be awake.
Yep, I had to take you off mute.
Oh, there you are.
Nope, I had to take you off.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah. Good, I was singing love songs, and so, I had
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
I had to mute it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. You're gonna have to give me an address so that I can.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
So
well, only if it's
a copy of the book. Should we give one away to the audience?
Sure, man. Sure.
All right. We got to come up with a good question. Then.
Well, they're listening right now, so let me see here. Let's see here.
What writer stole what best-selling author stole my research so that she could totally ruin the folklore that I created? No, I'm just kidding. We can talk about that, but that's not the question. Because I think you know the answer to that one, even if you don't specifically know it.
No, I don't.
I'm sure you're going to ask.
I don't. I don't.
It's the P word that'll get this conversation derailed awfully quickly.
The P word.
Yeah, if you're talking Bridgewater Triangle.
Oh. I honestly don't know.
Okay. It's Puckwudgies.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. J.K. Rowling now actually Puckwudgies are part of the Harry Potter world now.
Yes. Thank you, J.K. Appreciate that.
She gives me no money whatsoever for it.
Because she can't afford it, man. She can't afford it.
She really can't. She's still writing on napkins from what I hear.
Exactly. All right. Quick question. You know what? We'll make it simple. The 10th person to get a hold of you and send you a private message on Facebook saying hello, just the word hello.
Okay.
All right. From our YouTube chat.
The 10th person to say hello to me.
Yeah. On your Facebook chat.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. We got music on.
And on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Welcome back to the second hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Remember, all of our archives are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Be blubbered. Be blubbered is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Tonight we have author Christopher Balzano. He is also a folklorist, researcher, and a paranormal investigator, writing about all things paranormal. His latest book that's just about to come out, Haunted Florida Love Stories. And you know what? We're going to have a little contest here. And so here's the big thing right now. Chris is going to give away one of his books. Chris, tell the rules.
Here are the rules. You have to be the 10th person to send me a message just saying hello. You don't have to say I love you in it, but if you want to, that's an added feature. Thank you very much. I need the reassurance. To either the Tripping on Legends Facebook page or the Haunted Florida Love Stories Facebook page. And those addresses are literally facebook.com/Tripping on Legends. And the other one is /Haunted Florida Love Stories. Send me a message on that, and the 10th person will get their free signed copy.
Nice. Autographed. He'll even use a Sharpie.
And you don't even have to like the page or anything.
No, you got to like the page.
G2, which is what I do for everything.
Nice. Very nice. I'm a Uniball 207 kind of guy.
Because you should follow both of those pages because they not only are you get what the legend trips are, and not only do you get the video of the episodes that we do and things like that, but I also put up a lot of stories that I find that are just connected to folklore, ghostly folklore, and then obviously ghostly folklore involving love on the Florida Haunted Love Stories one. So they're worth following just for the content that I put up there. But you can also get something if you do.
All right. Now, I got a question from Greco here, or pardon me, Cat Chaser in our chat room here, who is asking, how are Florida ghosts different?
I always like to say, and this is from my old English teacher, who used to say, all literature is a reflection of the life and times during which it was written. And all my students learn that by the end of the year and can recite it. All ghost stories are a reflection of the place and the time that they're told, right? And so what you find is that it has a lot to do with the geography and the history of these different towns in Florida. So each of them has their own specific, twist on the legend, right? And so Florida, which a lot of people don't realize, Florida has a really big history having to do with the railroads. Like railroad ghosts are really big here. Swamps. So whereas one story might take place in the woods, the geography of that changes to the swamps, right? Or, for example, there's a one that's actually not in the book. If I ever did a Haunted Love 2, it would make it in there, which takes place in Sarasota, Florida. And it takes place right on the border between the English and the Amish communities in Sarasota, Florida, right? And so it's a typical two people who can't be together, right? And their families don't want the other people involved in the lives. And so, catastrophe happens. Unfortunately with this story, right? This story is not the suicide. It's, they're supposed to meet at a certain location. And, she gets there and he's being held up by his father and he doesn't show up. And so she's kind of passing the time and she's trying to pick these lilies out of the water. And she slips and she falls into the water and she hits a rock. And so her dress gets ripped and it's bloody. And for some reason she decides to take the dress off, run home really quick to change. She doesn't want her parents to see her in this wet dress with blood on it. And so she leaves it and she goes home. And while she's getting changed, he comes back. He comes to the location and he sees an alligator with the dress in its mouth. And he can see the blood on the dress and he sees the alligator and he assumes that the alligator has eaten the woman that he loves. And so he then commits suicide. And then she comes back, she sees him, and then she commits suicide. So the suicide's always in there. Well, that story is unique to that location in that you're not going to find an alligator story in British Columbia, right? So the ghost story part of it, the element that is different is the animal that's involved in that story, right? And that it takes place at a very specific location. You could have had any two. You could have had it been New York City, right on the border between Little Italy and Chinatown, and it would have been specific to that area. So I think the big universal truths, right? The big things that these stories tackle don't change no matter where you go. It just adapts itself to the location. And that's the beauty of looking at the folklore of these things, because, ghostly legends develop because there are mistakes or things that don't make sense. So you say to someone that general story and they go, well, that doesn't make sense. Well, why was she there in the first place? Oh, because that's where he used to go over that bridge to get to the market to sell the celery. And that makes sense because okay, yeah, the Amish people still use that bridge to go and sell their celery. So that makes sense to me. And so you change the story a little bit. You adapt it a little bit to your location. And that's what kind of makes it unique to that place, and yet tapping into a story that is in every hometown across the country and across the world. You just put your culture and your geography on it, and that's what makes it. So that's the biggest difference between them. It's not as if, all of a sudden, because they're in Florida, all the legends are about Disney. It's more of like these small individual little communities and whatever their complexion is.
Right. All right, well, let's move on in your book here because, there is a number of love stories you have checked out, and I'm curious about a couple of these here, if you don't mind.
Okay.
The Singing Manatee River. What's this all about?
Oh, wow. that was actually one of the very first ones that we did. There is maybe possibly just a geographical anomaly that happens in this part of the Manatee River in Bradenton, Florida. And it has something to do with the acidity hitting the minerals in the rocks. And my little niece, my little godchild niece, actually gives the scientific explanation for this in the book. And I'm like, oh, I'm so proud of you. But for generations, people have heard what sounds like singing in this location. And people have seen these ghostly shadows on the water, and they attribute them to a classic love story, right? And this is actually, compared to other stories in the book, this is a good one. Once again, two warring families. These are people that have to do with different tribes. This is, I believe, the Calusa and the Timucua and this river, this Manatee River, is the kind of the neutral territory between them. And so you're allowed to be on the river, and you're not allowed to fight, and you're getting along. But if other places are warring, when it's not times of peace, and the two tribes don't like each other is the essential part. And a Timucuan man and a Calusa woman fall in love with each other. But the only place that they can see each other is to go on this river. And so they would take their canoes from their own separate shores, and they would meet in the middle of the water, and they would talk to each other, and they ultimately fell in love and he asked her to come over to his side and be his wife. Almost immediately, the river starts to sing. And he's completely freaked out by this. And she's like, no, it's okay. They're giving their blessing. Those are the spirits of the people who have died. Their spirits live in the water, and they're basically blessing. But just so you know, I've had a drink from the spring on my side. And the legend goes that if you drink from this specific spring, you will never be able to find peace in another land. But I'm going to go with you. I'm going to try. And so they end up kind of going to his side of the river. They live out their lives, but she's still drawn back to her family. She still, has to go back there. She's still haunted by that singing that happens in the river. And he takes her over because he loves her so much. And he's like, if I have to let you go, I'll let you go. And the chief says, nope, that's fine. This is the bond between our two tribes, and they lived happily ever after. And she was able to go anywhere she wanted in the river, but you can still go to the river, and you can still hear the singing. And it actually, part of it goes back to another legend, which has to do with, I believe it's the Biloxi tribe, which is, maybe 400 or 500 miles away. They say the singing is a suicide. They say that the singing were these, once again, similar story, two people fall in love, but they're the stronger tribe is so offended that they decide they're going to go and annihilate the weaker tribe. And the weaker tribe, in a show of defiance, all go down to the river singing this very specific song and commit suicide. So there's an element of that story to it. But what does that have to do with the ghosts, right? So people are still seeing these ghostly features on it. If it's a good story, if they didn't die in the river, what is that? And so there's a third legend that's attached to this one location, and that's of this captain who now I know his name is Miguel, and I know his nickname is the Butcher. And he was being hunted by this Commodore. And in trying to get intel about the Commodore, he saw his daughter and he fell in love with her. And this is a really true love story because instead of trying to court her and win his heart, he just kidnapped her. And when he kidnapped her, he put her in his stateroom and he sailed down the Manatee River to what kind of essentially was his base, which is this place in Bradenton, Florida. And she was unhappy, and he no matter what he did, oddly enough, she didn't like being kidnapped. Who would have thunk? he was trying to make her happy. So what he did was he took all the windows out of the cabin and he put guitar strings and harp strings over all of the windows so that whenever the wind blew, it would make this beautiful music, and she would absolutely 100% love being with him because she was surrounded by this music. And so the singing that you're hearing is actually the wind blowing through these strings. Well, oddly enough, wind blowing through guitar strings was not enough to win her heart. He went off to go raid someplace, and almost immediately after he left, she was able to escape from the room. But he went off on a different ship, but being in the middle of the river, she couldn't safely get to either side. So she decided to do the next best thing, which was to sink the ship completely. And so she went into the bottom of the ship and she started punching holes into it. She found the munitions and she lit them up, and she essentially blew up the ship. And she was singing as she was doing it. She was kind of trying to mimic the sound that was going through the guitar strings. And so people feel that those ghostly things that you're seeing when you're out there are the spirits of the people who died in the boat and the boat itself. And I've been to that location 4 different times for different reasons. I went once, we went just tripping on legends. And then once we did tripping on legends with kids. So a lot of times my old co-host and I, she has 3 kids. I have 2 kids. We would take our kids out, and it was a way to teach them history. It was a way to teach them, about their world and about these legends. The first time we went out there, we went there, and our trigger was we were reading a legend, and we were reading a poem that was written about it, and we were hoping to get those canoes. We were hoping to hear that singing. It didn't happen. But as we were leaving, and we have a YouTube video up on this, as we were leaving, the water itself started to change. It's a pretty high traffic area. Noise stopped, right? We could see that there were planes in the sky. We could see that there was traffic, but we couldn't hear any of it. And the water started to move strangely, and it started to ripple out. And as we stood there, on the banks of the singing Manatee River, we could literally see this massive black form, like a boat, coming out from the bottom of the water. And it lasted about 5 minutes, and then was gone. And then the noise came back, and our legend trips often are like that, right? It's, we are there for, and we can do a lot of prep, but a moment, and then that moment passes, and we look at each other and go, all right, we've got it. We could stay here all night and try to take EVPs or whatever, but that was the moment. It opened itself up for one time. We got that time. It impacted us emotionally. We understand why there's a legend here, and then now you got to go home.
Wow. That's kind of a powerful story, considering the impact that has had over decades. That people are still hearing that today.
And it's one of those things where, strange lights over water can be explained away, right? The noise can be explained away. And yet for some reason it impacts the people that are in that area enough that they've decided to make stories about it, right? And there's nothing about that story that actually makes sense. If you go into the details of it, for example, he was the chief of his tribe because his father was, but Timakuas passed it down from the mother, not the son, like heritage. There are just so many cracks in it and things that don't make sense, but it doesn't matter for the people who are experiencing it. Even if it's whether it's paranormal or not paranormal, they still believe in that legend, and it's part of the history of the town, and it's part of something that's spread between adults and children, and you can't erase that. So even if you were to explain the ghosts away, it's still there, and guess what? People are still experiencing things, and then you've got that, yeah, but what the hell was the boat? What was that thing that was in the water? And you can't see it very well in the YouTube video, and I have no pictures, or I don't have an EVP with a pirate or an R, but you can't tell me it didn't happen. And even if it didn't happen, the story itself would still be beautiful.
Okay, this leads me to a question regarding folklore, which you are a folklorist by trade, and this is something that interests you. Okay, how do we believe that these stories really happen? Because, look, every little town has some sort of romanticism with folklorish type stories. In my community, the legend and the folklore of a lady named Agnes McVie, who during the gold rush back in the late 1800s, allegedly murdered over 60 men coming down from the Klondike to steal their gold. Now, there's no proof of that being true, and there is proof that a lady named Agnes McVie was here, but there's no proof of the murders or anything, because this actually goes before the creation of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So the big thing that I'm asking in regards to this is, how do we tell whether these are just stories to keep a community going or actual true legends?
The first answer is, as a folklorist, it doesn't matter, right? It's real because you believe, which is not very satisfying if you're looking at it from like, yeah, but I want proof of something. So Agnes is a really good example of, I don't know if you know who Jeff Belanger is. Jeff's a good friend of mine, and he is always famous for saying a place is always haunted by the most famous person to have visited there. And if we can have a touch of that, if we can have a touch of something that can be proven or something that is important to the community. The first story I told, yes, it would make sense. Here are the Amish and here are the English. So even though there really is no tension in those communities, it would make sense that a story, that if something weird is going on, it has to do with them, right? Or if we look at the singing manatee, the phenomenon is real, right? You do hear singing at that location. There are weird, unexplained lights that appear. There is a dark form that comes to the surface of the water. Then it's just a matter of, can you prove little things? You know what I'm saying? Can you, and then, like I was saying before, through a process of generations or years of editing, all of a sudden all the pieces start to click into place, and you've created a story that has as little holes as possible because you've edited as you've gone. Well, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense because, if the ship was down there, why didn't they just pull it up? Did anyone ever find the ship? It's like, no, they didn't find the ship because, and you make it not because you're trying to lie, right? But because you're trying to have people feel the emotion of the stories. You're trying to people understand. It's like when you say that you've heard a place. Here, this is not a ghostly one, but it's a really good example. There's an urban legend about the autistic penguin, it's called. And the story is that an autistic boy went to, in this case, it was the New England Aquarium, went to the New England Aquarium. He ditched his mom, and she couldn't find him. And in the time that she couldn't find him, he had jumped over the penguin habitat, captured the penguin, put it in his backpack, and it wasn't discovered until hours later when he was playing with the penguin in the bathtub that night. Now, when I heard that legend, I called the New England Aquarium and I went, I have a weird question for you. And before I could even say anything else, she went, no, we're not missing any penguins. No autistic kids have ever kidnapped penguins. And that story is told in aquariums all across the world, right? They all have this legend that's attached to them. So whatever aquarium is in British Columbia, you can look up and type in autistic penguin and chances are the story will come up. When I was first told this story, the person said, hey, you know what happened to my mom's friend? And no, what happened? And then she told the story because the mom's friend was the mother of the autistic child. And I thought about it and I was like, are you telling me the truth? Is that really? It's like, no, it's not. I just heard the story, but they wanted you to feel that it was real. And so they blended the details to make it more connecting to you, right? Like it puts them in the legend, puts them as edit. More importantly, it makes more sense because it happened to someone who knows someone, or that you know. And that's kind of how these stories come up. That's how they kind of evolve. And so people say,
right. Chris, I'm going to hold that right there because I'm going to get you to hold on. We're going to take a break at the bottom of the hour. Author, folklorist Christopher Balzano is our guest tonight. Find all of his books on Amazon. We continue with Haunted Stories on Spaced Out Radio coming up. I got caught listening to you, and I forgot about the clock. I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's sweet.
Yeah, blame me. Bad radio host. Bad. Oh, well.
For shame.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that singing manatee story is always it's an interesting one in that, you know, you can't prove it, but we call it #follow the signs. And the week leading into that happening, we both had very weird bird experiences.
Oh yeah.
And one of the weird things that happened was that my co-host at the time hit a bird. And then when she went out to see, with the car, she's like, oh my God. She couldn't find the bird, but she felt the impact, everything like that, but there was no impact on the car. She couldn't find a dead bird anywhere. And so she started to search for the meaning of that. And so I can't remember what bird it was now. I want to say a cardinal, but that could have been another part of it. And so she typed in like bird, cardinal disappearing or something like that. And when she typed that, the very first response she got was a book that was called The Singing River. And that was where we found the Biloxi legend. And there's this whole series of books based on these. But the first book is all about that suicide that I talked about, which is, once again, whether it's real or not, it's a Native American legend. And it was like, wow, what are the odds of that's what you type in? That's literally the legend we're going to trip this weekend. And that was a bit of information about that legend that adds to it. So, when you start doing this stuff, that stuff happens all the time.
Interesting, man. Interesting.
That's a little bonus content for the YouTube followers.
Boom. Mm-hmm. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. Oh,
I would imagine they've got aquariums up there in Canada, don't they?
Yeah, there are very few.
Are there really?
Yeah, there's one in Vancouver. I believe there's one in... I don't even think there is one in Toronto. There's only a couple in Canada. Where Canadian people really aren't fans of the aquariums. And I know the aquariums here, they have no whales, except a couple of beluga whales that they can't put back in the open ocean.
Yeah.
But once they're gone, there's no more whales allowed.
Why do you think that is? Why don't you guys like your aquarium?
BC people are very natural type people. We like things in there. It's funny. We bitch and complain when things are locked up, and then we bitch and complain when the wildlife comes out.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Yep. So you guys don't have a lot of zoos either?
There is one zoo here. There's one zoo in British Columbia. There's one in Calgary. I believe there's one in Toronto area. Maybe one in Montreal, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Most of the aquariums here have to do with research. You know what I'm saying? Like they're an extension of the research that's going on in that area. But wow, we've got crazy. You've seen Tiger King.
Mm-hmm.
And we can talk about that. That'll be actually a good segue into the next story if you want me to tell you about the mini lights.
The mini lights? All right.
Yes. Mini lights come out tonight.
Cool.
Because we have alligator farms, big farms, all that kind of good stuff.
I once had a client of mine who raised wild animals for movies. And he invited me over to his farm one day. And they had 2 tigers, a cougar, a jaguar, a pack of wolves, 10 wolf puppies, which my daughter was very happy to play with. 2 baboons, and the one just kept on pretty much giving me the middle finger. They had a cougar.
Yeah, they tend to do.
They had a cougar They had a cougar like in a jail cell type of cage. And this cougar, no word of a lie, man. I walk by this cougar, I am getting full on fangs and hissed at by this cat. My partner walks.
Wow.
My partner walks up to the cougar. The cougar is purring and letting her pet the cougar. Me, this thing wants to tear me apart. My partner, would you like to give me some cat scratches? Oh yeah, that's nice. Music's on. She's petting the cougar. Here we go.
That's funny.
We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit with us tonight. We really do appreciate the time. Hey, I want to remind all of you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter @Spaced Out Radio, on Instagram @Spaced Out Radio Show. And our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. We introduce Christopher Balzano once again, our guest tonight on the show. Author, researcher, folklorist, paranormal investigator, and unfortunately, Boston Red Sox and Boston Bruins fan. Me being a Yankees fan and a Canucks fan. Anyhow, you've been winning lately. I have not. Or ever.
That's okay. I have wavered on the Bruins. I grew up a diehard Bruin fan, could tell you the plus minus of every shift. And after they traded Joe Thornton, I decided, that's it. You've broken my heart one too many times. So I have a passing fancy for the Bruins, but I just love hockey so much that I'll watch anything that's on. But I do follow the Bruins if they are the one that's on.
Well,
so Red Sox, you're not going to change me on, but
yeah, I hear you, but still hurts. Still hurts. Anyhow, moving on, because I'm reliving pain from 9 years ago in the Stanley Cup final in Game 7, 3-0 Boston in Vancouver. And, yeah. So, hell with this show now. I'm out. No, going on.
I've derailed you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you totally did.
Okay.
All right. Your latest book that you have out is called Haunted Florida Love Stories. Beautiful cover, by the way, a moon with a statue. I don't know who did your artistry there.
That's a Talking Mary statue. That was actually, I think, the very first legend trip we ever did.
Oh, very cool. Now, you wanted to talk about the mini lights. What are the mini lights all about?
Yes. It totally connects in, because it's a story that's really involves the Tampa Bay Rays. And so if you have ever been to a Rays game, and I don't think either of us are very intimidated by the Rays record. They're not catching up to the Red Sox or Yankees anytime soon. But they are smack dab in the middle of St. Pete. And this is one of those stories I talked about, hashtag, race relations and hashtag haunted love. This fits both of them. Because it's a story that had a rebirth when the Rays essentially took over the neighborhood. And if you know a baseball stadium, not only are you taking over the land of the stadium, but now you've got to have restaurants all around it. And now you've got to, make it a good place to go. And it's notoriously one of the worst parks in baseball. And the neighborhood really kind of began to lose its identity. This area around the stadium, Tropicana Field. And a legend that had been cycling through for years, but had pretty much disappeared, began to resurface. And it's the story of the mini lights. And the story is that if you go to this bridge that is over Booker Creek in St. Pete, and you say, mini lights, come out tonight, and you say it 3 times, these ogres will appear, or these orbs that are the size of basketballs will chase you across the field. And if they catch you, they're going to drag you down into the sewer system there and kill you.
Oh,
and
pleasant.
We heard that story. Yeah, I mean, we heard that story. And what does this have to do with love? We'll get to it. But it's this really great story that everyone in that area knows if they're black. If they're not black, they don't know it. We went to all these places and we talked to young white people when we went to restaurants, and they were like, I've never heard of it. But if you talk to an African-American in that area, they know the story. Now, they all know different stories, but they all know the story of the mini lights. And so the basic story is there was a woman, and she was considered a witch. And people in that community were constantly, whether it was because she was a witch or because she was a different religion, some people say she was a Mennonite, they would attack her cabin, and they would throw rocks at it, and they would harass her until she got these 2 ogres to protect her. And some people say it's her son. Some people say that they are circus freaks, and that she had worked with the circus and adopted them. Others say she had created them, and they were, of unholy union or whatever. But these creatures would chase the people around, and they would try to kill them. So if you went on that territory, now what happened was she ended up being either murdered or she died of natural causes. But the mini lights stayed, right? Even after what would be considered when they died, their love for their mother and protecting that area keeps them there. And so if you go to Booker Creek to this day, you're going to, and you say those words. I won't even say it 3 times right now because I don't want them knocking on my door. I'm close enough to St. Pete. They will come and they will chase you, and they will potentially drag you down and kill you. Now, it's a really interesting legend, and we went there and we said it. Now, the thing is that because it's so well known, there are 3 different locations on Booker Creek that it could be, right? It doesn't specify where it is. And if you ask someone from each of those areas of the neighborhood, they'll all say it's 100% this bridge. You have to do it from this bridge. But it's different ones, right? So we went to all 3 and we said, mini lights, come out tonight. We said it 3 times. And we never had anything chase us. But then we started looking at the story, and we realized that it had to do with the idea of the outsider, and that the story comes out all the time, or it cycles through because of racial tensions in those areas, right? And so it rebirthed because they were essentially taking over the African-American neighborhoods and turning them into Chili's and things like that. And so all of a sudden it became this us against them idea. But then we started digging deeper into it, and we found, actually through the help of another writer, Mark Muncy, who you should also have on your show sometime, that, and this is a real story, this isn't urban legend. Around there were alligator farms. And so people would go and they would essentially kidnap small black children, bring them to these alligator farms, and they would use these children to feed the alligators because they were so dangerous, especially as the alligators got bigger. And hey, whatever, like who cares if along the way a few black kids get eaten? This was a practice, right? This was something that was happening and can be proven that it happened. And so the mini light story, some believe, actually came out of, you're going to be abducted. If you go out, you could potentially become alligator food. Like, this is a real thing that's going on.
So
they would tell the kid.
How long? Sorry to interrupt you there, but how long ago was this a true story? Was that happening during the times of slavery?
No, we're talking that this is like the 1920s, 1930s.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Yes, yeah, and it's a proven thing that it was. And most of these places, their advertisements, and Mark was able to find an advertisement that literally showed, like, it almost looks like the suntan lotion ad, where they're pulling down Jodie Foster's bathing suit of these little black kids, like, going into the mouths of alligators.
Oh my goodness!
These really horrible, like, depictions of African Americans, like, going into these mouths of alligators. But then I was able to find another story, which is Eco and Echo, who were abducted from their field there were two African American twins who were abducted from a field in, I believe it was West Virginia, and they were albinos. They were kidnapped by a circus man who just happened to be driving by and seeing them, and they were sold as Martians, or they were sold as wild savages, and they made them draw the hair, and if you look at them, you're like, oh wow, like, that's kind of what these ogres look like, right? And the mother and then they were eventually sold to Ringling, and so that area of Florida is Ringling country. That's where the Ringling brothers would winter, right? And so everything in that side of Florida for 200 miles has Ringling attached to it. And the mother just happened to go to the circus and see her kids. And like, wait a minute, those are my sons. And she fought to get them back. And they ended up, once again, now like another cycle of when the Mini Lights story gets popular is when they were in court in Orlando, essentially trying to get their rights back and things like that. And I asked the sociologist, who had written a book about them, I'm like, do you think that this could be connected? And he's like, yeah, it makes sense, because people would have talked, and they would have been this symbol of, people are out there, they're going to abduct you. You've got to stop something. Like, don't go out there. There are the Mini Lights. They're going to capture you, and they're going to bring you into the sewers. And so it's this really interesting story that was initially on the surface about love, about these sons or these ogres protecting this woman who was tortured by her community. And then when you dig deep into it, you realize there's a lot of different layers to it. And you were talking about mysteries. You're never going to solve where it comes from. You can only have these stories that potentially are the heart of it,
I got to ask you this, because those stories, I don't care what the culture is, they're horrific. And unfortunately, back then, the African-American community was horrifically persecuted for absolutely no reason other than their skin color, which I think is horrific and disgusting. All right. And I think the majority of the civilized world would say that as well. Okay. But how come for many people, this is the first time we're hearing these types of horrific stories about kidnapping African-American children and feeding them to alligators back in the day? I mean, that sounds so, and I'm playing devil's advocate here, that sounds so made up as a town's folklore. Where would the proof for this be?
In the advertisements, like in the actual stories that are there. I think Mark was able to actually surface news stories about it. News is always, much like history, news is the voice of the people who have a voice, right? It's the written word of the people who have a voice. And so you have communities that don't have a voice, that their culture and their folklore gets taken away from them, changed, and then presented, right? And so oftentimes little things like this come out just in when you do things like Florida here has a Florida Memory Project where they just interview people who have had experiences and stuff like that. And so, once again, it can't be necessarily proven, but people tell these stories. And those stories are then archived and it comes to life. Another really good one that's like that is the Swamp Witch, which we can get into a little bit more later if you want. But I can tell you the whole story now. But
so just out of curiosity, there is no written record of these stories actually in the town's historic books or the town library or Hall of Records or anything like that?
No, you're going to find it more in like archive projects and things like that.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
and
just,
folklore projects
that is
where people are given a voice.
Either way, if that is fully true, what a disgusting society, man. Just a disgusting society that used to be there. Holy cow. That just makes me ill. Anyways.
Yeah, and it you know, the paranormal oftentimes is history demanding to be heard, right?
Yes.
In other words, the true story of something. And so there is this town called Brooksville, and it's I've done speaking engagements near Brooksville, and I'm like, I think I got to change the story when I'm in Brooksville. But it's also part of a huge major project that I'm working on right now, and they to some degree embrace a lot of their racist history, right? So, you know, the name is the town is named after a man who beat another person in Congress who was railing against segregation, and they're like, that's the kind of person we want to name our town after. Now, if you go to Brooksville, not everyone there is a racist, but it's got this history, and its folklore is kind of focused on that. But then you go a few towns over, and I came across the story of a swamp witch. And what happened was there was a witch who was living in the swamp, and when bad things started to happen in the town, they went out and they hung her, right? So they actually, killed her, thinking that if they kill the witch, God will turn his favor back to them, because they had been using her for remedies and things like that, and just suffering her, when they're not supposed to suffer a witch, and it didn't work. The town still went under. As I started to research that story, I discovered that it wasn't a witch. And I do believe there's paranormal activity that goes on in that area. The story is actually about a black man who was brought into that swamp and lynched. And the spirit that's there, the spirit that's causing all of these crazy stories, is not a witch. It's the spirit of this man who was killed. And yet the history of that, telling that story, sheds a light on a really dark part of their past, of this town, that they don't embrace. And so even though when we went there, the ranger was like, yep, there's a hanging tree, on this street and this street. And of course, Brooksville, it's right next to Brooksville. Brooksville has its famous hanging tree and well, how about hanging trees here? Nope, we didn't do that stuff here. We don't do that stuff here. And yet I was able to find a newspaper article that specifically says that this person was dragged into the swamp. And that's not the way lynchings occurred. Lynchings were somewhat public things. They were done in areas that people would see them. And yet this one very specifically says they dragged them to the swamp in the area where this stuff is happening. And that's where the person was lynched. It's more acceptable. It's more palatable to say that a witch was killed, that the community decided to kill this witch, than that two men dragged someone dragged a black person into the swamp and killed them.
Yeah, that's horrible. I am just. I'll be honest with you, man. I am way too Canadian for these stories, man. Way too Canadian for this.
Well, let's turn it to the paranormal part of it, right?
Yeah.
We got to that location, and immediately upon getting out of the car, we were both. This is hashtag follow the signs. We say we got out of the car, and we were drawn not to the path that this trail is on. The trail. We were drawn to this. In Florida, they do a lot of planned burnings. You know what I'm saying? Like they burn intentionally. And it had burned so hot in this location that the trees were kind of cramped over, and it looked like hands. It literally looked like a gate of these two gigantic hands pointing at this location. And the ranger stopped us and he's like, "Oh, what are you guys doing here?" And we told him, we're always very straightforward. We don't lie about, we're folklorists. We're looking into this. And he's like, "Oh, no, what you got to do is you got to go down the path." So I'm like, all right, so whatever. So we went down the path, and off the path, we started to see, and you can see this on either the Facebook page or the YouTube, we started to see a single vine swaying back and forth, no wind whatsoever, and yet it looked like someone was literally pulling this vine back and forth. And so we're like, okay, let's get off the path and follow that. And when we followed that vine, and when we followed kind of where we were being led, we found the hanging tree. And we found a battered, almost grown into the tree because it had been there so long, noose. And we got pictures of it. We got video of it. We documented it. And then that almost immediately led to what you could say is it looked like a swamp, a witch's ring, right? Like in the swamp, there was this green algae. It was in a perfect circle, and you could tell how someone could say, this is someplace a witch would be, right? I've never been able to find that rope again. I've been out there twice. Literally, I mentioned Mark Muncy. Mark Muncy went there days later. We gave him a map of how to get to it. It wasn't there. Now, my show is not popular enough that someone saw that video and 3 days later went and cut that thing down. It was just there for a moment. It was almost like a time slip. For just that time, that moment, we were able to see the past the way that it really was. And that's the way that area, it's near the Ocala Forest, things shift and things move all the time. And so, we were able to, is that confirmation of anything? I mean, we clearly saw the noose, and now it's not there anymore, and no one went up there and got it. Why were we allowed to see it for just that one moment? It's so that I could spread the story. And the story has been told by several other folklorists or writers, but it's always the witch story that prevails. I always felt that me seeing the noose, us seeing the noose that day, was, yeah, you're on the right track. This is a story that needs to get out.
We've got about 2 minutes here before we have to go to break here, maybe 3 minutes before we have to go to break at the top of the hour. Author Christopher Balzano is our guest tonight. His latest book, which can be found on Amazon starting in just, less than a month now, called Haunted Florida Love Stories. And when we come back from the break, I want to change topics here. And I want to get into something that you have studied a lot of over the years, and that's a Bridgewater Triangle. This story just freaks me out. Just love this. But, it's going to be absolutely fun. Give people a 30-second primer of what the Bridgewater Triangle is all about.
Wow. The Bridgewater Triangle is about a 200 square mile area in Massachusetts, although it constantly is evolving what is actually the triangle. It was coined by Lauren Coleman in the 70s and then kind of solidified in his book, Mysterious America. And within the lines of this triangle, so within this area, you will find anything that you could possibly imagine that's in the paranormal world. Bigfoot, UFO sightings, pterodactyls, thunderbirds, ghosts, zombies. All of this stuff is kind of generated from that area. Weird crimes. And then you can also, within the same area, find any belief system that you have about what makes a ghost or what makes unusual activity. Ley lines, quartz, horrific history has all happened in this area as well. And so it's this perfect collision of activity that is still constantly going on, as well as reasons for the paranormal and the supernatural to exist, are all there in this one little spot in Massachusetts.
Right on, man. And for some,
is that a good enough primer? I think
I think that is a fantastic primer to it, man. Fantastic primer. And I don't know, man. That is one of the places, I don't know why, I just want to go there. I want to go there, and I want to spend about a month there and just see if anything weird happens, man. I just want to see it. Chris, you hold on. Christopher Balzano is our guest, author, folklorist, researcher, and you can find all of his books, including his latest one, which will be out next month, Haunted Florida Love Stories. We'll be back talking the Bridgewater Triangle with Christopher Balzano right after this. All right, man. I'll be right back, okay?
Beautiful. All right.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky. It's the news outside the news that piques interest, and that's what we're looking to deliver to you. The SOR Newswire, only at spacedoutradio.com.
Hello everyone, this is Ryan Stacy from the Experiencer Support Association, otherwise known as TESSA. We're glad to team up with Spaced Out Radio to help investigate your experiences on the SOR Sightlines Report. Together, we'll investigate the strange sightings and occurrences you've had. We're looking for answers just like you. So fill out a Sightlines report on the Spaced Out Radio website and let's figure out what's going on together.
We all know on Spaced Out Radio we love a good beard and mustache, so why not take care of your facial hair with Mighty Moose Beard Oil? Made in Canada, we're taking care of beards and stashes around the world. We use 100% natural ingredients with our oils and balms to make your whiskers feel silky smooth. Use promo code SOR2019 at mightymoosebeard.com today.
The SOR Vault is open for business, and do we have some cool swag for you to pick up? All you have to do is head over to our website and click on the SOR Vault. You have a variety of cool logos to choose from, and put them on anything you want. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, coffee mugs, you name it, we can get it to you. So do your shopping by supporting the store you love. Get your Spaced Out Radio swag at the SOR Vault today.
Hello, this is your guitar man, Ron Bumblefoot Thal, and I have to tell you, I love the response I get for Little Brother is Watching from Spaced Out Radio fans. It's amazing how music can inspire and make people think deeper about what's going on in the supernatural world. You can head over to my website, bumblefoot.com, to check out my music, my guitar workshops, my touring, even check out some of the hot sauces that I'm working on. And make sure you keep on listening, because with Spaced Out Radio, you know Little Brother is watching.
Hey, space travelers, this is John Resig, founder of the Chide and Chive Charities. If you know anything about our website, you know we like to do things a little differently. We're not some faceless organization collecting money for a nebulous cause. Our donor dollars go directly toward life-improving items. Then we give those items directly to an underdog who needs it most. To become a donor with Spaced Out Radio's official charity, Chive Charities, just go to chivecharities.org/donate.
Hi there, this is the paranormal lawyer Michael W. Hall. I'd like to invite you to listen in each Sunday night where we're going to open up your eyes to everything strange and paranormal. I will be hosting some great guests with topics that affect us all, such as UFOs, ghosts, and everything paranormal. Let's learn together on Spaced Out Radio Sunday with myself, Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer at spacedoutradio.com.
We're adding to the entertainment online for Spaced Out Radio. I'm Amber Beckrud, and I want to invite you to subscribe to our YouTube channel and check out Cryptid Tales, where I will take you on a journey into some of the strangest legends and lore from around the world, relaying the stories to you of the strange creatures and experiences that people have had throughout time. You can find Cryptid Tales at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. And while you're there, don't forget to check out our free archives and leave a comment. See you there.
Looking for creative ways to get your company out in the public? How about advertising on Spaced Out Radio? Our sales department is waiting to hear from you, and we can work
All right,
around
my friend, I am back.
Hello, I'm back too.
All right, here we go. 1 second here. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. So, good job, Corrance. All right, guys, in the YouTube chat room, this is not a political show. Yes, we were talking about some highly charged stories of the paranormal in the last half hour, but we're going to bring that back down here, guys. And you know what? Our great author, Christopher Balzano here is sharing the stories of the legends of that he's written about in his new book, Haunted Florida Love Stories. So let's just bring it down, and we're not getting political. We're not doing the Trump stuff. We're not doing the Biden stuff. We're not doing the Canada stuff. Okay, we're just going to enjoy the show, enjoy the paranormal for what it's worth. And if you don't like it, Corey's just going to keep blocking messages, and I'm quite okay with that. So let's just bring it down and have a good time, because that's what we do here. And everybody is allowed an opinion. Everybody is allowed to have their own thoughts. This is our time at night to be able to relax, chill out, not worry about the tensions that surround the outside world while we are doing this show. Let's remember that. I realize we're all hopped up, but let's just bring it down a few notches. Okay? Bring it down a few notches. Thank you. Here we go with the music.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. I appreciate each and every one of you tuning us on in. We welcome back everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Revolution Radio and TalkStream Live. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. I believe it is Beblubber. How did I screw that up? Be Blubber. I did it again. Be Blubbered. Be Blubbered is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Be Blubbered. There we go. Be Blubbered. And on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Be Blubbered. There we go. Finally got it. Christopher Balzano is our guest tonight. We have him till the bottom of the hour. He is the author of a brand new book called Haunted Florida Love Stories, which will be released next month. I'm looking forward to this one. And he is a folklorist. He is a researcher, paranormal investigator. And, he's also very well known for his time up in Massachusetts, where he investigated the legendary Bridgewater Triangle. Now, this is a story that a lot of people want to investigate. They love to investigate. They absolutely are freaked out by what's going on there. Chris, how real is the Bridgewater Triangle?
Lauren Coleman said it best in an amazing documentary that anyone can watch on Amazon Prime, called The Bridgewater Triangle. It's free if you have Prime. And he said, it's not about believing, I just accept it. Like, it's real. It's 100% real. And you can think in your mind when you hear about the Bridgewater Triangle that you can find any area. Just take 3 towns wherever. There's a Tampa Triangle down here, and you can find weird stuff that happens. But it's not just that. Things that happen within the triangle, paranormal stories. We've been talking a lot tonight about backstory, right? And the what is going on and why does this haunting happen? So many of the weird experiences that people have in the Bridgewater Triangle have no backstory. There's no reason for it happening. They just experience stuff. And it's not just one thing. It's not just the other. It is documented that that area has, which is what drew me to it when I was working on my first book, which was Dark Woods, which is about one town in the Triangle, has a higher level of teen suicide. It has a higher level of divorce. It has a higher level of fatal accidents along the road, which is kind of the backbone of the Triangle. Murders and weird crimes gravitate towards it. Cults gravitate towards it. It's one of those things where it's not just, oh, there are a lot of ghost stories in this one place, or, yeah, it's this wooded area with this amazingly huge swamp, so you're going to get Bigfoot stories. No. It's that all of this stuff is not only finding its way to this remote, if you can be remote in Massachusetts, this remote area in Massachusetts leading into Rhode Island, but it's all happening there. And to find the root, trying to find the root of it. The first question people always ask is, well, why has it happened? Why has all this weird stuff happen? Is it ley lines? Is it bad history? And it's like, it's all of those things. And every time you think you've found the heart of the weirdness of the Bridgewater Triangle, you peel another thing back on the onion, you realize, no, that's a symptom of the Triangle and not the root, because it doesn't make any sense. And you just go back and back and back. And so it really is this unique place that is 100% real.
Okay, a lot of people talk about the legends of Puckwudgies. A lot of people talk about the legends of thunderbirds and pterodactyls. And, I just, when you get into birds the size of pterodactyls and thunderbirds, those are big enough to be picked up on radar. And yet we're not seeing a lot of that.
I think that, and there are military bases in that area, and plenty of black helicopters, by the way. I think that much of the cryptid stories that don't involve Bigfoot and that don't involve Puckwudgies happened years ago. Maybe before the place was more monitored, maybe before there was more development. They are literally the physical heart of the Bridgewater Triangle is this place called the Hockomock Swamp. They're building a railroad through it, a commuter rail, on a line that existed that they abandoned years ago. There's a lot of modern things that are impeding upon the Triangle, which is either going to make people have more stories, or the weirdness is going to kind of creep back into the shadows a little bit. But I think a lot of the things that could be identified and tracked by science are stories from a little bit ago. They're not as prevalent as some of the other things.
How often are these interactions with these fabled creatures happening?
I think the Bigfoot sightings are not as common as they used to be, but for a while they were very common. I think the UFO sightings are monthly. I think people have spotted UFOs there, and of course the ghost stories are just a continuous, ongoing thing. This reports of zombies is more of a flap. It happened at a very specific time, and all the reports that I got that people were telling me were from like 3 years ago, independently telling me the same stories within the Freetown State Forest that I was looking into. But those aren't as common. So I think the cryptid stuff is less frequent. But then again, it goes in cycles. It does have kind of a flap thing to it because, then someone has an experience and then you get 3 more reports of it from the same area or even just a different area within the triangle at the same time. And then it goes silent for like 6 months or a year and then it happens again. But, the UFO sightings there are pretty constant, it seems.
Okay. So are there alien or claims of aliens being on the ground there or UFO landings?
I know that there are quite a few, and this is not my specialty, but there are quite a few abductions that are reported from that area. And definitely time slips, which some people argue are UFO abductions as well. And I know that those are widely reported in the Bridgewater Triangle, but I have never heard, I don't think, of a landed spacecraft in the triangle, but I could be wrong on that.
The Puckwudgies,
it's definitely in the sky stuff. It's and it's funny because that was research that I was doing like 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Those books came out, maybe like 12 years ago. But people still email me. People still message me, and there's actually a Bridgewater Triangle documentary Facebook page where people are still giving their reports, and they seem to be coming in quite a bit.
All right, let's move over to the Puckwudgies because a lot of people don't know what this creature is.
Yeah. And I like to say most people know what a Puckwudgie is. They just have never heard that word for it. Because I do think that they are creatures that appear all across the country, definitely in Canada. And they are these 3-foot tall troll-like creatures. Unlike what you're going to see if you go on the internet and Google the word, they don't have porcupine skin. They don't have porcupine quills coming out of them. Sometimes they like to dress up in grass and like cover themselves in grass. I have documented at least 5 different kinds of Puckwudgies, and what I discovered when I went out to Indiana, and this is probably new since I was last on the show, is that Indiana and this very specific place, Mountain State Park in Indiana, used to be a meeting ground because of its location and its alignment to stars for all these different tribes across the country in Canada. And of course, they had no common language. And so this word Puckwudgie became a umbrella term for these little trickster, devious monsters that were in the woods. And so people would then go off to their tribe and their section of the world, and sometimes that word Puckwudgie continued on, right? So it's actually a word that's used by the Cherokee as well, and obviously by the Wampanoag in Massachusetts, but then the Denver tribe and the Miami tribe that are still using this word, or in their lore they've got this word Puckwudgie. And they were the kind of history of them is they were tricksters who had kind of just like a passing interest in humans, but the creator god Mashop seemed to favor humans over the Puckwudgies. And when he went away to have an affair with a woman in the sea, with a monster in the sea, and he wasn't around to protect the area, the Puckwudgies became much more malicious, and they would burn villages. They would kidnap children. Their big thing is that they would lead people to deep places in the woods, especially cliffs, and then push them over. Now, the thing about Puckwudgies, there's kind of like a little triad going on, and the second most popular part of the Puckwudgie lore is this idea of a Taipai-Wunka, which we would call a ghost light. And so it's whenever you have these Puckwudgie encounters, which are still going on today, people see these little lights, and they're often lured into the woods, or they see a Puckwudgie, and then they see these lights, and they are the souls of the people that they have killed that are used to draw other people in. And now the encounters that I get that I really put a lot of faith in all follow the same pattern. I had no idea what a Puckwudgie was. I had to delve deep into folklore to find this word. And it was nowhere on the internet, except for a kid's book, which told the story kind of like what I just told you about Mashop. People would be in the woods in the Bridgewater Triangle and a few other places in New England. And they would see this weird creature, usually kind of an elongated nose, pot belly, sometimes covered in hair, sometimes not. And they would see it and they would come upon it. It would be like they discovered something. Then something would distract and they would look back and the thing would be gone. It's famous for being able to transform into different things.
Wow.
A few nights later, they would be at their house asleep. They would be, one gentleman was waiting for his girlfriend, I believe, in a parking lot, and the Puckwudgie comes back to them. And when the Puckwudgie comes back to them, all the people, they almost use the same words to describe it, got the sense that, all right, you know where you found me, but I know where you live. Don't come back. And then those people never return to those sections of the woods again. And that's the most common story. And like I said, I documented that story. I had 3 of those stories under my belt with these people begging me to explain it to them. And it was just a passing reference that I saw in a book by Joe Citro, Passing Strange, oddly enough, is the name of the book, that said, it was talking about this weird encounter called the Dover Demon. And he just threw it out there and he said, from what I could tell, this isn't a Puckwudgie. And so I was like, well, Joe, because I know, Joe, what do you mean by that? And so I started doing the research on it. And it's now such a popular, and I started writing about it, putting it out there. It's such a popular paranormal creature now that it's all over the place. There's Puckwudgie beer. There's bands that are Puckwudgies. If you go on to and Google it, you're going to find all these images because people really put whatever they want on the Puckwudgie because it's such a common idea to have these small little devious creatures in our culture, right? That like now it's its own thing. It's like now a rock star of the paranormal community, and it's because it's a real thing, and it's really is still happening to people.
Do you think there's some sort of portal system that is opening up in that area for these creatures to appear and disappear?
No. I do. I'm a strong believer in portals. I'm a strong believer in vortexes. But Puckwudgies are infamous for their ability to transform into different things. So I was, once again, when I was in Mountain State Park, for example, we kept seeing this dark figure in the woods that was tracking us. It's an area famously known for its Puckwudgies. And we started going into the woods to track it down. Right, because we'd see this dark shadow moving in the woods. There was, and it's fine to say that there were fireflies, whatever. These glowing lights, these orbs that were flying in the air, that literally formed 2 lines leading into where we were seeing the shadow. And we made our way there. And my partner, my co-host at the time, was behind me because she was noticing these crab apples, and there's a specific legend in Indiana having to do with crab apples and Puckwudgies, and she was noticing that they were bitten into, and so she was trailing a little bit behind me, and I pretty much got to the area that it was, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, and I understand this, I understand the hesitation or the comeback for this, out of nowhere was this gigantic red deer. And Puckwudgies are known into transforming into deer. But it was just there. Boom. All of a sudden, it was right between where her and I were. It looked at me. It looked at her. It jumped off 2 jumps to the road, which we weren't that far from, jumped and disappeared. And that's the kind of thing that Puckwudgies do. They're known for being able to turn into deer. They're known to being able to turn into small woodland creatures, into fireflies themselves or mosquitoes. I mean, it's right there in the lore that they love to do that. So I completely believe that some of these creatures, and even some of the ghosts who we experience and other things, go from place to place via portals and via vortexes. I just don't specifically think a Puckwudgie does.
Is there any type of time of year where this creature comes out, or any of these woodland type creatures that hide in the shadows?
No, Puckwudgies are a year-round event. the reports that I've gotten. And so now, being one of the first people to publish about them, I was the person that people contacted about them. I became known as the Puckwudgie guy. And so I got a lot of emails, and they spanned the entire Northeast and Midwest, and like I said, and into Canada. They're even written about in some books about Canadian ghosts with the word Puckwudgie. And it happens at all times of the year. So it doesn't seem as if they're seasonal at all.
Interesting. All right. Are there any gnomes or gargoyles or trolls living in the area being seen as well?
I would argue that Puckwudgies are those things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that they're just the Wampanoag word for it, and this kind of passed on word for it, that if someone sees I wouldn't say gargoyle, but if someone sees a gnome, the very first report I got was sounding very much like a gnome, in that it had a hat. And this is why I said I think there are a few different kinds. I think they fall under kind of the classification of a Puckwudgie. But I think that people are just identifying them as that. And it's weird because when people hear of a Puckwudgie report, I had a few people who felt as if they had an abduction based on what they knew about aliens, but they had never heard of a Puckwudgie. And then after hearing some of my Puckwudgie stories, they were like, you know what? Like, no, that's actually what it was. That Puckwudgie was in the room. It wasn't an alien. What you described was what was in the room. And now that I think about it, I had this weird experience in the woods a few days earlier. And so, I think it's a thing unto itself, but we kind of maybe define those other things in the words that we know. And so once you hear the word Puckwudgie, people will identify even that stuff as a potential Puckwudgie.
We've only got about 3.5 minutes left with you tonight, and this has obviously flown on by here. Let's kind of change up the topic. What's next in the paranormal world for you outside of your book coming out in September?
The two big things I'm working on my next book, which is about the Ocala National Forest, which is like Dark Woods on crack. It's like the Bridgewater Triangle if the Bridgewater Triangle had hashtag Florida Man next to it. So it's all that same stuff. It's all those same things that I was tracking. But the weird thing is that when I put out that I was writing the book, I was flooded with so many people with unexplained phenomena that happened in this one area, that it even stopped me writing. I was like, I've got so much, I don't even know how to classify most of this stuff. So as I'm working on that, I'm posting about the weird things that I'm finding. And along with that, I'm also working on this major project called This Town is Myth, which is, its root is that swamp witch story that I told you. And it's all about this town which has completely disappeared in Florida, which is not an uncommon thing. There are tons of ghost towns, except for this one has been not completely, because I've able to find bits and pieces, but pretty much wiped off the face of the planet. And even people that live on what was once this town refuse to acknowledge that it exists. And the weird thing about it is every place around it, and it ties into the Ocala Forest too, every place around it tells ghost stories and has ghostly legends, and yet there's none in this town, and no one wants to talk about the weird things that happen, but they happen. And so those are the two big projects that I'm working on. And then, of course, weekly, now I'm on midnight.fm. Weekly, I'm doing the Tripping on Legends show as a live radio show, in addition to the podcast. So, people are going to want to go to Tripping on Legends so that they can catch that weekly show every Tuesday at 9:00. On Eastern Standard Time. And that's really what keeps me going. That and trying to open up schools here in Florida, because I'm a teacher. So.
Yes. Well, good luck to you for
Is
that.
that enough?
Man. Oh yeah. No, you sound like a pretty busy guy, man. And up here, students don't go back until, I think they're scheduled September 10th. Is when students are scheduled to come back here. But, I want to say a big thank you once again for coming on Spaced Out Radio, Chris. It's been an absolute pleasure. Way too long.
It has been. Thank you very much for having me back on. It's always really good. You always ask the best questions and get best answers out of me. So,
well, I appreciate.
I like the way you plug away.
I appreciate that, and thank you so much for that. And the one thing about it is, through COVID or not, the ghosts still keep haunting, don't they?
They do, and the legends evolve to match that. So I'd be interested to see what's going to happen 10 years from now, but what people tell about the ghosts from this time period. So as a folklorist, you got to love it.
Absolutely. All right. Christopher Balzano, everybody. And don't forget, you can find all of his books by going to Amazon.com in the U.S. or Amazon.ca in Canada. And he's got a number of them there, and they're well worth the read. Very, very articulate writer. You want to check out his books. Coming up next, we have the SOR Newswire and the Thought of the Dave. Stay tuned. More Spaced Out Radio coming right up. Good job, Chris. Way to go.
Thank you. I like that. The Thought of the Dave. Nice job.
Thought of the Dave.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of good that way. And, keep up the good work, man. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for having me on. It was really good to talk to you after all this time.
Absolutely, brother. We'll do it again.
All right. Sounds good.
All right.
A year from now, the Ocala book will be out. So
Perfect. Let's do it.
All right. Have a great night, man.
All right, brother. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. That was a good show. Good show. Let me just get the news ready here. Oh, why did I do that? Where does that one go? That one goes here. I don't know who won Chris's book. He'll message you. Derek. Or maybe not you personally, but the winner. But yes, he is giving out an autographed book tonight. Burrito, good to see you here, man. Five. Thank you, Theresa. We got 90 seconds. Hey, Lisa, bring it down a notch, okay? Trying to calm things down. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Speaking of the news. The news is always changing, which is why we bring you the SOR Newswire at the back end of every show, where we get to the weird, the strange, the wacky, and sometimes the paranormal. Yes, a security firm boss has said he was left petrified after claiming to have spotted a ghost woman in a white dress stalking the building. A photograph of the supposed ghost apparition at the Birmingham building site has left many scratching their heads on whether or not it's genuine or a hoax. The eerie image baffled security bosses at the site on Sherbourne Street after the movement triggered motion cameras in the early hours of Tuesday, August 18th. The vision is claimed to have picked up by CCTV in the dead of the night, but when the security guards performed a full patrol of the area just minutes later, they found it all clear. The security boss at the site said he struggled to go back to sleep, and he was so creeped out by the apparition of the woman, who appears to be wearing a dress and carrying an object while she walks through the site in the city center. Security staff were alerted after a motion sensor camera picked up movement and snapped a sinister image. It's kind of creepy, to be honest. Adam Lees, managing director of the Limitless Security, said, "We provide security for the building site on Sherbourne Street in Birmingham City Center. In the early hours of Tuesday, we had an alert to say a motion censored camera had picked up movement on site. The images come through to my laptop, so I checked and I saw that picture. I noticed security on site straight away, who did a full patrol but found nothing. Incredibly strange. I have no idea what it could have been, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night." The alert was raised at about 1:53 a.m. 3 minutes later, on-site security responded and carried out a full patrol, finding it that there was nothing there. Mr. Lee said they went out straight away. It was within minutes and there was no sign of anybody there or anybody ever being there. It was truly bizarre. I have no idea what it could have been, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night. How many times are they going to say, I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night? Let's be honest here. Okay, I've never believed in ghosts, but I can't explain this. People have been saying it is, but I can assure them that it's 100% genuine. I wish it wasn't, as it has probably given me the creeps. I've never seen anything like it before. She's leaning forward and seems to be floating and is holding something in her hands. To me, it looks like she's wearing a wedding dress, like she's waiting to get married. She looks like a ghostly bride. It's the strangest thing I've seen in 5 years of looking after hundreds of sites like this. Imagine looking at this image when you've been woken up at 2 a.m. and are half asleep. It took me a while to drop off again after that. Oh yeah, that is freaky. Absolutely freaky. Ooh, gee whiz. Gee whiz. All right, let's move on. Ivan Wagner, a Russian cosmonaut currently orbiting the Earth aboard the International Space Station, claims to have captured footage of a potential UFO or UFOs while recording video of the Aurora Borealis. Space guests, or how I filmed the new time lapse, Wagner wrote in a tweet featuring the video Wednesday morning. The 1-minute video shows the Aurora Borealis passing near Antarctica and Australia, Wagner says. However, in the video, you will see something else. Not only the aurora, he wrote. The footage shows the curved edge of the Earth at night, with the green swirl of the aurora moving across its surface and several star pinpoints visible in the background. At 9 to 12 seconds of the video, 5 objects appear flying alongside within the same distance. Wagner wrote it in a follow-up tweet. What do you think those are? Meteors? Satellites? Or ... question mark. Oh, yeah, it's freaky. He added that the video was shot in a time lapse, so the brief flash of the objects actually lasted for about 52 seconds in real time. Wagner did not claim to see the phenomena as it happened, and no one else aboard the ISS has acknowledged it. He also did not indicate exactly when the footage was captured. Whatever the phenomena was, it does appear as a string of lights arranged in a clear, angled line in the video. It is very strange. Roscosmos, Russia's space agency, shared the video on its own Twitter account. An interesting and at the same time mysterious video made by cosmonaut of Roscosmos, Ivan Wagner, from the International Space Station. The agency tweeted, along with a thoughtful emoji. Wagner says he flagged the video to Roscosmos management and that it's currently being examined by experts at the Space Research Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Roscosmos spokesperson Vladimir Ustimenko has confirmed that the video is under review by the Russian news agency TASS, or according to them. It's too early to make conclusions until our Roscosmos researchers and scientists at the Space Research Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences tell us what they think. It was decided to hand over those materials to experts who will tell us what their opinion is. 35-year-old Wagner is a first-time crew member aboard the ISS, where he and fellow Russian Anatoly Ivanishin are working with Chris Cassidy, the American commander of the expedition. NASA didn't. They never mention any of this stuff. They did not mention Wagner's video in a blog update about the mission on Wednesday. The blog said Wagner recently worked on the station's orbital plumbing before exploring ways to improve Earth's photography techniques. Cassidy has not tweeted anything about Wagner's video, and Ivanishin is not on Twitter. Aliens and UFOs, though, have long been derided as taboo topics for people in the tinfoil hat community. Who are those? Who are those? Maybe me? Yeah, I'll put my hand up. However, the subject has slowly crept into the mainstream recently thanks to the New York Times and other media outlets. One former contractor told the Times that he'd been briefed by the Pentagon on the retrieval of off-world vehicles not made of this Earth. Oh my goodness. Now they go into the whole UFO stuff. Yeah, you know what? They're making fun of it now. That's too bad. Good story, but then they go and make fun of it. That's too bad. Bad journalism there. This week, German Minister of Food and Agriculture, Julia Klöckner, proposed an animal welfare ordinance that has some pet owners barking mad, a mandate to exercise one's dog twice a day. The ordinance would require that dogs be permitted to exercise outside of a kennel and at least twice a day for a total of at least 1 hour, according to the ministry. This is to ensure that dogs are given sufficient exercise and contact with environmental stimuli. Pets are not cuddly toys. Their needs must be taken into account, Klockner said. The ministry suggested the exercise might take the form of a walk or letting the dog run around outside. The ordinance has stirred much discussion in the German press. 2 hours of walking will soon be mandatory, asked one headline. Is the paternalism going too far? Demands another one. I don't believe in regulations, Golden Retriever owner Helga Melzer says. Every dog is different, has different age, different diseases, and we have different climates. Yeah, with the hot temperatures of the last few days, you shouldn't let your dog out for much longer. Barbel Kleed, owner of the Yorkshire Terrier in Berlin. I find it patronizing to be told how long I should take my dog out for and who is going to check up on me. Will the neighbor call the police if they suspect me of not taking Sam for a long enough walk? But Julia Druden, who owns a 6-year-old lab, supports the law. Going for a walk should definitely be a must, she says. It is absolutely correct and important that you go out with your dog for at least 1 hour every day. There's one question on everyone's mind. In a nation with 9 million dogs, how would such a rule be enforced? It would be up to Germany's states to figure that out. A spokeswoman for the ministry that said the authorities would not be likely ringing the doorbells asking for dog owners if they haven't walked Fido yet. It's not clear whether the proposed rules are aimed at pushing ordinary dog owners to give their pets more exercise or if the measurements or the measures are really aimed at commercial dog breeders. A spokesperson for the VDH, the German Dog Breeders Association, says that the rule requiring specific amounts of time for dog walking doesn't hit the mark. Oh, it's not good enough. No, VDH spokesperson Udo Kopernik told the media that Der Spiegel that the new rules would create minimum standards for dog dealers who don't take animal welfare seriously, but for normal dog owners, he predicted little would change. A rule for all dogs is probably well meant, but unrealistic. Just like humans, dogs are very different. There are dogs that need a lot more and some that don't even get by or that get by with less. With very old dogs, is it enough to just lead them around the block twice a day? The ordinance includes other provisions that have drawn less attention, including a ban on keeping dogs tethered to a chain. I like that one, with an exception of working dogs under certain conditions. Yeah, you know what? I have 2 dogs. I am a dog lover. But my old dogs, I'm telling you right now, they don't want to go out for an hour walk. I got a big yard. They're running around the yard all day. You know? By the time my old guys, are allowed inside, they're tired. They're passed out on the floor. So maybe it doesn't even bother me. I don't know. Where do you stand on that? Let me know on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. All right, let's move on. If it's a day ending in Y, researchers are probably arguing about the origins of the mysterious interstellar object Oumuamua. Again? Let me sigh again. A newly published study in the astrophysical journal Letters has put the kibosh on the idea that Oumuamua is made of a molecular hydrogen ice, an idea first proposed in April. The proposal by Daryl Seligman and Gregory Laughlin appeared promising because it might explain the extreme elongated shape of Oumuamua as well as the non-gravitational acceleration. The study's lead author, Dr. Thiem Hong, senior researcher in the theoretical astrophysics group at the Korea Astronomy and Space Science Institute, said in a statement, however, their theory is based on the assumption that H2 ice could form in dense molecular clouds. When are they just going to admit this thing was an alien spaceship? Let's just cut through the chase. They never even got a full picture of it. They got a radar image. Okay, there's no photo of this thing. All right, it came in out of nowhere, left out of nowhere, passed by Earth. We are a great reality TV show. All right, it's not ice, it's aliens, people. Now let's get to some serious here, because Dr. Avi Loeb, co-author of the new study, said researchers want to test the dark matter proposition as well as the assumptions to the theory. We were suspicious that hydrogen icebergs could not survive the journey, which is likely to take hundreds of millions of years because they evaporate too quickly, and as to whether or not they could form molecular clouds. What's interesting is Avi Loeb was the dude who said it could be an alien ship. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. In November 2018, Loeb and others at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics suggested Oumuamua could be a light sail of artificial origin sent from another civilization. There we go. Now we're getting into some aliens here. However, the researcher who discovered Oumuamua, Canadian physicist, yeah, good guy, good Canadian kid, an astronomer, Robert Warwick, said the idea it was from another civilization was just wild speculation. Come on, Robert. You know, so is the Toronto Maple Leafs winning the Stanley Cup in the next 55 years. Oumuamua, which means pathfinder or scout in Hawaiian, was first classified as an asteroid when it was spotted in 2017, traveling at 196 miles per hour. That is much over the 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit. All right. But recently, it's found more akin to a comet. The place of its origin is still a mystery, though. Some have suggested it could have come from a giant molecular cloud. Yeah, no, let's go back to the aliens, okay? Can we just go back to the aliens? It's much more fun. We got aliens. Even though I got in trouble for that from a good friend yesterday. I don't care. We got aliens. A ninja museum has been raided in Japan, with thieves making off with more than 1 million yen. The Iga-ryu Ninja Museum in central Japan is dedicated to the history of the famous Iga clan of ninja. Police were called after an alarm was set off at the museum. Officers found the office door had been forced with what is thought to be a crowbar, and the 150-kilogram safe was missing. The safe contained money from admission fees from around 1,100 people, according to the museum. The popular tourist attraction allows visitors to learn about and throw ninja weapons and watch ninja shows. Oh, that's kind of cool. Too bad. I would actually like to see that. Totally love to see that. All right, moving on. A stalk of corn that became a local landmark and a viral sensation when it sprouted in a sidewalk crack in a South Dakota city has been rescued by a local family after being uprooted and presumed dead. The 57th Street corn, named after its location where it was found in a crack on the street in Sioux Falls, became a local sensation and a viral star online when residents realized it was a stalk of corn growing in the unusual urban environment. Residents feared the corn's life had come to an end when it was found uprooted in the middle of the sidewalk. Locals created a shrine to the fallen plant, including a RIP corn sign placed next to the now horizontal stalk. The corn ended up with a new lease on life, however, when Chad Thiessen and his children retrieved it and replanted it in a bucket they thought they bought at a local hardware store. A local corn-loving crew was quickly dispatched to the scene of the crime, and efforts to save the patient began. Thiessen said he consulted with growing experts and is taking care to help the corn take root in its new bucket home. He said he hopes to eventually replant the corn, which his family named Cornelia, in a safer location. Yes, Cornelia, such as a city park or a government building. This is one powerful piece of corn here. All right. Let it grow. Let it grow. I want to know who the jerk is that took it out, that pulled it out. You know, there's always that one person. You know, always that one person. So let's move on here. An historic bridge in Illinois has been damaged by a school bus one day after its reopening. It was struck a second time during the filming of a television news segment. The Long Grove covered bridge, located in the Chicago suburb of Long Grove, had a grand reopening Friday after extensive repairs following damage from a tall box truck in June 2018. Less than 24 hours later, boom! Damaged again by a charter school bus. Her GPS warned that she should not proceed with the type of vehicle she was driving. The occupants of the bus convinced her to proceed, which she did, and subsequently struck the bridge. Lake County Sheriff's Office said, yes, Yeah, WLS-TV was interviewing locals about the damage to the bridge when another vehicle struck it while on camera. This is amazing. Sound of the crash was recorded by the news station's camera. The vehicle left the scene but was later identified as a box truck carrying medical supplies. Authorities said they identified the truck driver, who told the deputies he thought the sound of a crash was just his load shifting. The driver advised what he thought the bridge was a 2-lane bridge, and he hugged the right side of the bridge. This caused the top of the box truck to strike the top. Traffic citations are pending against the bus driver and the driver of the box truck. You got to be kidding me. Got to be kidding me. Thought of the Dave happens every night at this time, where we ask a question on our Facebook and Twitter pages, then read your responses on the air because we love the audience participation around here. Today's Thought of the Dave is as follows. Which paranormal supernatural mystery needs more study? Graham, cemetery activity might be a good source of study. Marty, one of our favorite veterans around here who listens to the show. We love our veterans. I can never get enough cryptids, but I think that folklore is the least studied phenomena in the modern era. At one time, it was the most studied area, but it has been surpassed by UFOs, cryptids, ghost hunting, etc. Thank you for the clown, Marty. All right, Cherry. The link between our ordinary neurochemistry, plant-based tryptamine, alkaloids, and consciousness. Shanna wants more Dogman studies. Post a scary image of Dogman, too. Julie wants everything, especially folklore. Jason, what happened to BC man Granger Taylor, a missing man who said he would be taken away by aliens? And Augusto wants to hear more about disembodied voices. Oh, that's good stuff. Let's go there. All right, let's move on. James wants more neurosciences and biotech. Brian wants an update on quantum physics. Dave wants unicorns studied. Why? And I love this answer. He says, my 7-year-old daughter, Rudy, made me say that. That's a great dad answer there, man. Great dad answer. Good for you. Debbie, I want more on UFOs personally. I've never seen one, but some people say you can call them out and they will come. I don't know about any of this, or even if every abduction is painful or what. Bernadette wants more study on near-death experiences. Rano, he says he needs to learn more about lizard people. Debbie, all of it. It's still unanswered and nobody knows any more than the other. Lance wants to study dimensions. Barn aliens for Marla. Soul says clones, astral doubles, time travel, mind control by invisible entities. Gabe, the doppelganger phenomena and what it's really about. Melinda, extraterrestrial abduction evidence, continuation of consciousness evidence research, life after death. Alex, doesn't matter because it's not happening. You know he said that with his shirt off. Always does. Tom, just about all of it, Dave. Neil, demonic possession and demonic crimes. John wants to know about Men in Black. Karen, she needs more time travel in her life. Yes. Michael, your questions need more study, Dave. Thanks, Pen Man. Anne wants to know about flying humanoids. Jeremy, ancient civilization as in giants. Answers from our past will provide answers to our future. David, self-combustion. Yeah, that's a good one, too. And Kira gets the final word. Depends on who is conducting the study, but I would say duplicate Earth theory. Thank you to everybody for doing that. And we got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Yes, we are continuing on here with everyone in our chat rooms on Spreaker, YouTube, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club on our website, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. You are all magical tonight.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
make a mistake, we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. The Woo train has docked for the night, but tomorrow we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, guess what? We have room for them too. Good night. Give me a minute here. All right. I'm going to say something here, okay? I don't really give a fuck what was said in the chat room tonight. Kind of disappointed. All right, but I'm not going to get into that. What I am going to get into is triggers. Okay? Today is day 6 of me battling my latest round of depression. I do not want private messages. Okay, I don't want people worried about me. I'm not going to go do anything silly or stupid or anything like that. All right, but it started last Friday, and I'm not going to tell the reasons why. Well, I'll tell a couple of reasons why, but for the most part, I am not going to mention why or how. So please do not ask me. All right. But I'm going to tell you something here. There is nothing worse in this world than feeling out of control, feeling like you're spiraling, feeling like you are down, that no matter how much people tell you, you still feel of little to no value, and you feel little to no will or desire to even be a part of anything. Okay. and there are a lot of triggers that happen that are not good. Okay. And, the majority of time I'm pretty good at deflecting those triggers. All right. But sometimes when you go through a battle of depression, for those of you who suffered from depression like I do, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's like being in a boxing match with your hands tied behind your back, and you got to sit there and take the punches. Okay. I am a lot like a lot of you. Okay. I am someone who has never really caught a break, or very rarely caught a break in my life. I am someone who is, I've always been the guy who is blamed, even though things are not my fault. I've always been the guy who has had to fight for everything. And when you're doing that, it's very tiring. It's very tiring. And so what caused this to happen, the start of it, was this past Friday. And I was on a round table discussion with Grant Cameron, whom I absolutely idolize and love and respect. And he is my hero in this field. He is a mentor of mine, and I love the man dearly. And I was on his round table, and in my opinion, I was asked about or some comments, and the topic of media came up. And so I kind of jumped in there and I started talking, because that's kind of what we do on those panels. And I felt like I was really ganged up on, by a few of the members there. And where the hell is it? I already saved it. Hold on, I gotta find this. Well, where did it go? There's that one. Ah, there it is. Cancel. Anyways, and that's what kind of started it, because I felt like my opinion, I felt like my opinion wasn't necessary, was not valued. And I felt like I was being treated like, oh, there goes Dave again on his media tangent and all of this kind of stuff. And, when you have people who've never been working in the media before trying to tell you how it works, it's like if I were to walk into your place of business and try and tell you how to, no matter what you do, whether you're a business owner or you're doing whatever you're doing to survive, and me coming in there as a complete stranger telling you how to do your job. And that's kind of the way I felt. And that kind of set me off, because even though I know it wasn't intentional or anything like that on anybody's part, I felt like I was belittled. And not by Grant or anybody, but there was a couple people on there that made me feel like that my opinion was not of any sort of value whatsoever. And I felt about this small coming out of there. And, that shit happens. I mean, sometimes you got to be put in their place, and sometimes you have to fight for your place. And I have no problem with that. We fight for our place on this show each and every night. And anyways, that set me off. They weren't, trust me on this one, okay? Before you go and listen to it, because it's on YouTube. You can see it for yourself, okay? But it wasn't, I want you all to know that this wasn't done out of maliciousness on their part, okay? But, it's just your typical people who, there's a lot of ego in this field, and it just rubbed me the wrong way. It wasn't what anybody said, but I mean, you can go watch it. All right. And I just decided to shut up because I think it was like 3-on-1, 4-on-1. And it was a good debate. It was a good debate, but it just gnawed at me. It gnawed at me. And that's what kind of sent me into my depressive mode. And then, some other stuff has kind of come up, and so, both personally and, when I shut off the show at night, just because, like, when I say goodnight to you guys, it doesn't mean that the show is over. Okay. It's still playing in my head. Was I good enough? And for the most part, I can sit there and say, I gave my best. Okay. Even if I only had 30%, I gave my best. And, it's like a lot of you guys don't understand how hard this is. This is very, very hard. And anybody who tells you that it's not hard, or I have my own podcast, what the hell is he thinking? And all of this kind of shit. Okay. When you suffer from depression and anxiety, you don't want to feel like a burden or a bother. Now, a lot of people will say, "Oh, just talk to me," or whatever. But when you suffer from it, it's something that is difficult. Okay, it's difficult. All right. And so when I see, you look for things that trigger, okay? And it's like everything just kind of adds up, and, you get caught in everything, okay? Like the heated exchanges going on in the chat room right now or tonight, okay? You're all good people. We're all just emotionally sensitive and hyped up due to politics right now. Okay. And I know I'm jumping all over the place, but like just calm the fuck down, everybody. Okay. Like, honestly, it's triggering the shit out of me right now. Triggering the shit out of me. Okay. Just everybody drop it and just let it go. Okay. We're better than this. We all are. Right. Safe room for everybody, man. Safe room for everybody. Anyways, so, I mean, you go through these triggers and all of this stuff, okay? And you go through, things that make you very, very uncomfortable. All right? All right? And you just kind of take a deep breath, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Why is this happening? Getting back to this one, guys. Okay, getting back. Okay. Just let it all go and breathe, man. You honestly, the chat room is stressing me the fuck out right now. Everybody, and just calm it down. I'm asking that as a favor right now. Otherwise, I'll shut the fucking thing down, and I'm just gonna button up. I finally found the strength to talk about this, and I'm not going to I'll clam back up. All right. So anyways, this is hard what I do. Okay. And I have great people surrounding me. I have Corey, who takes care of all of my bookings, takes care of the chat rooms, very protective of me and the show and everything that goes along with it. And he does a hell of a job. And I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for Spook Cat, who takes another big piece of stress off my life, which is the YouTube channel and and all of our social media. She does an incredible job. I don't have to worry about those anymore. That is a huge amount of stress. Okay. When you're not computer literate like I am, I'm so not computer literate. It's hard because when you suffer from anxiety and depression, you don't want to give up any type of power. You don't want to give up anything that could be construed as weakness or anything along those lines. You want to be able to do it to yourself because you don't want to be telling somebody that's not it, that's not what I want. Why did you do it that way? I didn't ask you to do it that way. There's a lot of things that go on. Okay. And, through a lot of the trials and tribulations that we've had with this show and people coming and going, and, I will never talk publicly a lot about all of that stuff. For one, it doesn't need to go public. And number two, I'm not here to cause drama or anything along those lines. If other people want to cause drama, they can do that. I don't give a flying F. Anyways, there is, this is hard. Okay. This is hard because, there's real money at stake. There's real opportunity at stake. And when you can't do things the way you want to get it done because you don't know how to run a website, or you don't understand YouTube, or you don't understand the filming, or you don't understand editing or graphic design or anything along those lines, it pulls your hair out. It really does. And, you want to try and make things the best every time. And then when you get home, okay, or you are at home trying to make things work and push it to your top of your limit that you have been able to push, and it still isn't good enough, you beat the hell out of yourself. You really, really do. And, for those who, like I said, for those who understand depression and anxiety, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. It hits you sometimes. And so the last number of days I've been hit, and, there's little things that hit you. Okay. Example, my son is going through, one of those, every young kid goes through them. They go through one of those rude stages where everything they come out of their mouth is rude. Okay. So, he's going through one of those stages, and, he called me a bad guy today. And now I realize he's 7 years old and he doesn't understand what the hell he's saying and all that kind of stuff. And I get that, but it's just it's one of those little triggers. Like all of a sudden you're like the demons in your head all of a sudden will go, well, maybe you are a bad guy. Maybe your son really does believe that. Are you sure that you're not a bad guy? Because, you just might be. This is what goes through your head, right? You know, and so you go through that. You know, there's other stuff that you go through, and you're just kind of like, really? I'm doing this shit for what? For what? All right. So you have no choice but to just fucking deal with it. Right. But sometimes it just gets heavy. Shit just gets heavy. Life gets heavy. And it's how you deal with that. You know, for the most part, I could deal with that stuff, but sometimes it gets overwhelming and it gets really, really hard. Okay. It's really, really hard. And, you know, the easiest thing to do in life is to give up. But giving up sucks. Giving up totally sucks. You know. You know, we've been through a lot. We've been through a lot, and we've been strong enough to get through it all. And it's because I try and surround myself with good people, and I have conversions not complete. What the hell is going on here? What about the rest of them? Converting file 1 of 2. It can't. Let's convert them all. There we go. Now it's working. Sorry. Depression sucks, man. You know, and you just got to fight through the triggers. And you gotta, I mean, you know, the funny part about it is you sound like a waffling idiot when you can't kind of push yourself through it. You know, I have a pretty good life, and I know that I have a pretty good life, and I know that I am very blessed and very lucky. What I have in my life, you know, is pretty good. I'm not a rich man by any sorts of means. I'm a lot like a lot of you, where I live paycheck to paycheck. You know, I have my own issues. You know, some I'll discuss, some I won't discuss. And you just have to sometimes just take a breath and try and remember the positives, you know. But I'm in one of those situations right now where it just feels like nothing is letting go. They're like, I'm getting bitched at constantly and griped at and nagged constantly. And whether that's from my kids or my, you know, people in the media or this UFO world or my personal life, you know, like it stresses me out. Like, take, for instance, my sister. I don't come from a close family. My sisters and I are not very close. I haven't talked to my one sister in a year and a half. I don't know what I did. Nothing. Okay. My other sister, she lives in her own perfect bubble. And no matter what, I've never been able to break into that bubble. We get along, but just it is what it is. And, you know, You go through all this stuff. Like my sister who's evacuated from the fire right now, I haven't heard from her in 2 days. I know she's okay because I called my parents and she talked to my parents. But I, after going through this a few years ago with the forest fires up here, it really sucks because you want to keep people updated and you want to make sure that you're okay and everything like that. And then they don't call you, and all you're trying to do is to be the nice person. You know what I'm saying? 957-539. 957-539. That's actually a cool one. And anyways, so I haven't heard from her in 2 days. And I know they're safe and everything. It's not like anything bad has happened yet. I hope it doesn't. But it's like you can't even fucking call me to say that you're doing okay and you found a place and all this shit. Like, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. It's more than just her. Okay, it's more than just her and everything. That's just part of the punches that you take on a daily basis. And those little instances that shouldn't really bother you, well, they light up like a fucking Christmas tree when you're going through this. One of the things that I always talk about is value. What is one's value? How do you get value? What is the value all about? What are you supposed to do to have that value? And so every now and again, which it's just like a reset button is hit, pardon me, and you're trying to figure out what your value is. Excuse me. So, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Right? So, you go with it. Nothing you can do. Right? Absolutely nothing you can do. You just got to make it happen. And then you get mad at yourself for having it happen. Right? You get mad at yourself. Happens. It happens. So, anyways, I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back. Don't move. I know there's 90 of you here. Don't move. kind of cool. It's I was listening outside to there's a pack of coyotes somewhere in my green belt right behind my backyard fence, and they were all yipping and yapping, and the little ones were yipping and yapping, and all of a sudden there was like a siren from a police car or a ambulance or something, and all of a sudden when the coyotes heard they had competition, they all shut up, which is too bad because I was literally right about to record it. And because it sounded kind of cool, but anyways, the one thing that I like to do that is I like to talk about it. And the reason why I like to talk about it is because it is because it's it makes it easier. And you just have to be able to communicate, and that's pretty much what it's all about, right? Yeah. You just kind of go with it, and you make it happen, and you run with it. And sometimes you just got to say you don't give a fuck, just saying. It's kind of what you got to do. There is no choice. I mean, what are you really supposed to do? Right? So, be kind out there, man. I know I'm not the only person hurting. I know I'm not the only person who is going through this. Oh, excuse me. I know that I am not the only person who suffers from depression and anxiety. I know that I'm not the only person who has issues at home or at work or wherever. All right. But we got to stop shitting on people, man. Especially those for no reason. Right? And Yeah. That's about it. That's about it. Right? So this is how I deal with it. I do the show. I get to end every night on a positive because I get to hang out with all of you guys. I get to try and be myself for a little bit as much as I can be. And and I work on it. I work on it all the time, and that's the only thing that we can do is continue to work on it. And this isn't going to be the last time. This isn't going to be the only time it happens, but you get through it, you fight through it, and you battle. That's all I know how to do. It's all I know how to do. Right? All I know how to do is battle. And I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to I don't want messages privately or anything like that. All I want is to, let you guys know and stay in touch with you guys and let you know that on this side of the microphone, there is a human being, and there is a human being that does not like being on camera. There is a human being who wishes that this was easier. Spaced out radio, that is, was easier. There's a human being here who has a dream, who still believes in pursuing this show. There's a human being here who still wants to try and be a good example to the paranormal community, along with trying to be a good citizen of the community. There's a guy who wants to be honest. There's a guy who I'm a guy who is trying my damnedest to be the best and bring you the best that I possibly can. And whether it works or not, I have no idea. I really don't. But the one thing I do know is that I'm going to keep trying, and that's all I can do. That's all I got. Right? That's all I got. That's all I can do. And so when I get here on the microphone, I'm able to try and alleviate a lot of that tension. Like, for instance, this week, I haven't wanted to be in here at all. I've had to force myself to be in here. And but once I get in here and once that button goes on, it's showtime, and I get to release. I get to do what I feel is necessary to bring a good show to all of you. And that's what I try It's what I try and do, man. It's what I try and do, and that's just the way it is. And, is what it is what it is. And, wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. Because if literally all of you weren't here, I wouldn't have anything to fucking do. I'd at least be sleeping at night. But, I just want all of you to know that it is hard. It's hard, and it's tough, and it's something that it's something that you just kind of go through, right? So, is what it is. Is what it is. So there you go. Yeah. Yes, women in ufology tomorrow night. So the list will be Melinda Leslie, Lorian Fenton, Samantha Mowat, Nicole Sackett, Cheryl Costa, Celestine Starr, and I think is that 5 or 6? Let me find out here. So I simply happen to have the picture around here somewhere. Where are my photos? Oh, I know where I can look. The events. Where's my events page? Okay, so tomorrow night we have Melinda Leslie, Cheryl Costa, Nicole Sackett, Celestine Starr, Lorian Fenton, and Samantha Mowat joining us to talk women in ufology. And it's going to be great. It really is. Well, Brett Lewis, I can tell you this. We can't start a show without you now, can we? What do I say every night, man? The one thing that I will say is this. A lot of people have asked me, because one of the things I do is I nickname people. And the reason why I nickname people is because in my own mind, the way my mind works, it's almost like I am bringing that person closer to me, making that what's the word I'm looking for? That personal connection with someone. And anyways, the main reason why I do it, and the reason why I say hello to each and every one of you each night while we're in the chat room, is because I never ever on my watch want someone to feel like I feel right now. Okay? And I always want what's better for people. Okay? I want to make sure that people who are in my inner circle, like all of you are in the chat rooms and all that, I never want you guys to feel like me. So if you guys, if I say hi to you a number of times, or I've got a quirky little thing that I do or say about you or whatever, I do it because I want you to know that you're important to me. And especially those who are like here almost every single night or every single night. It's kind of my little personal way of pointing you out to say thank you for taking your important time and spending it with us. That means a lot. And so that's kind of the reason why I do that. And I just feel that it's a nice way to try and bring you closer to who I am, because you guys don't know who I am. I mean, you could look me up on the internet, or you could look me up online or whatever. I try and keep some secrets, but I'm pretty lax, and I am who I am. And there's nothing I can do about that. And it is what it is. And I'm still okay with it. But I mean, it's one of those things where right now, I just want to make sure that each one of you know that, that you're all important. Okay. You're all very important, and in your own little way, you're all very important to the process, important to what I do, important to this show, and I'm thankful for that. I am totally thankful for that. So that's why, I take the time to introduce everybody, and a lot of times I don't feel like I am deserving of the following and the everything that kind of goes on. I don't feel like I'm deserving, and shit happens. Is what it is. Excuse me. And so, you just kind of play it and take it for what it is. And you fight it. You fight it every day. So, yes, I am going through depression right now. I'm hoping that it will be cleared up soon. And talking about it. Thank you, Cedric. And I purposefully have not been reading a lot of the comments in here tonight. I'm not doing that out of disrespect. I'm just kind of doing it to try and just focus on what I needed to say. So, the big thing for all of you is I'm thankful for all of you. I'm thankful for you guys being here every single night, or the nights you can, and it's really cool, everyone. It's really, really cool. And, it's humbling, I mean, I know we're going to do things that is not going to please everyone or someone. There's always going to be someone who's pissed off, someone who is, going to go at it. But Sometimes you just got to say, who cares? Right? But sometimes you have to just reach out and talk. So that's what I'm doing. I'm reaching out and talking. And that's where I stand. You know? That's where I stand. So, you just kind of fight it. You just kind of fight it. And now I'm tired. I can honestly say now I am tired. So anyways, I just wanted to share what was going on with all of you because all of you are kind of important. And, you know, when I'm, as I think you've noticed during this week on the show, I've tried not, you know, maybe somewhat successfully tried not to show how I'm truly feeling this week. And I know some of you pay attention. Some of you probably watch a little bit too closely. But, and I mean that with all due respect. But that's just the way it is. And that's the heart of the matter, the truth of the matter. And sometimes nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. And you just fight it. So I would rather talk about it than hold it all in and, you know, just wait for the explosion to happen. You know, because there's always better days, you know, just because today seems dark doesn't have to be. And that's a big way that I try and remember myself, you know, like you just got to keep pushing through and keep pushing through and keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And eventually things lighten up. So that's kind of the way we do it, you know? Go watch Rocky. No, man, I'm Canadian. We watch Slapshot. So, you know, thank you for allowing me to kind of fill you in and kind of run with it. Like I said, at times it's a little difficult, but you know, there's good things ahead, good times ahead, and it's always something that I look forward to is being here and doing the show. So for the record, no, I am not suicidal. No, I am not having any sort of symptoms like that. If I was, I could tell you right now, I would not be on the air. I would be at the hospital. So no, we don't need to worry about that. So I don't want any rumors about, you know, Dave wasn't looking too well. You know, is he suicidal? Do we have to do whatever? No, you don't have to do that shit. I'm feeling fine. I'm just venting on what is going on. And so that's all I do. That's all I'm doing. So thank you for letting me vent. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to kind of just let you into my personal world. Like I said to you all before, I'm very open about my depression and anxiety. I am very open towards the fact that I'm not alone, and that I am very I have the ability to talk to a lot of people who help. I have a good strong backbone behind me and a good team behind me, and in the end, that's what's really, really cool, is knowing that there's support. Now, that being said, on the show side of things, if you have editing experience, if you have YouTube experience, or you have graphic design experience, or web experience and you would like to volunteer to be part of our team, please let me know, because we are looking for 1 to maybe 2 people to help us out behind the scenes to kind of help grow what we are doing here on a nightly basis. And we're always looking for good people with good positive attitude to join our team to help make us stronger and be a part of something that is really, really fun. Yes, it is work. It is work. Let's not lie. It is work. Ask Corrence, the booking guy, or ask Spookles, the cat. Okay, but it is valued and it is worth it. So we are looking to add the team to try and fill in some of the holes where I feel we are weak at hand, and we want to be coming up. Raul, you don't need to be here. Anything else live coming up besides Coast to Coast? Well, that was rude of me. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Is there anything live right now coming up? I don't know. That's a good question. I really don't know. I am going to shave, though, this week. I have decided I am going to shave this week. My beard's getting too thick. I look like an old man. Look like an old man right now. Don't like it. So, yeah. Yeah, it's all good, man. Yeah, no, Raul, I read it totally wrong. My apologies. Sorry. I read that wrong, and it's my mind right now. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Is there? No, you do not have to live in Canada. You don't have to put makeup on. You never have to be anything. Just hit me up privately on Twitter or Facebook in private messenger, and let me know what you can do. So, hey, I'll be coming to you live from North Texas again tomorrow night. Oh, you are Corrence, the booking guy. Corrence has this innate ability to take something that's going 100 miles an hour. Like if I'm going 100 miles an hour, he has this innate ability, and he doesn't even fucking know that he could bring me right back down to like cruising speed. And excuse me, and it's friggin' awesome. It's friggin' awesome. So, and he's a hell of a guy. Corrence is a hell of a guy with an even better mustache. Even better mustache. Oh, well, Dark Rider, do me a favor. Tell your fellow truckers to tune on in, man. Love to be able to help out, man, wherever we can. You know? Love to be able to help out, man. That's friggin' awesome. So, any hoodles, I'm going to call it the night tonight. And I'm going to go get some sleep because my brain is tired and my eyes are getting sore, and I got to be up in 7 hours, but I will have a nice shower in the morning. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. So, Women of Ufology special panel tomorrow night. And much love to all of you. Thank you for letting me letting me vent. Thank you for letting me share everything that's kind of going on. And it made me feel better. I felt like I had somebody to talk to, which is really cool. And thank you all for that. You stay safe. We will chat with you all tomorrow. Much love to each and every one of you for hanging out with me tonight. And thank you for allowing me to be a little bit human. And thank you for allowing me to just talk, because I needed